Guaranteed though, I'ma find the emeralds. Don't call me Knuckles for nothing, I get loose. Sure bees fighting with them foes all the time, but I gotta do it, they always stay out of line. Sometimes I wanna just chill and land, but I'm the protector of the emeralds and gems. Stay knuckled up in a deep cut. I'm seeing skulls that burn, they tryna throw me off. Avoiding my luck, I'm feeling kinda stuck. Don't call me Knuckles, give me a box. An aquatic mind. Once was a cold pit, but now it's a water ride. Makes you wanna sit back, enjoy the life, and do things you like doing, get to shine. It's sure bees fighting with them foes all the time, but I gotta do it, they always stay out of line. Sometimes I wanna just chill and land, but I'm the protector of the emeralds and gems. I stay knuckled up, I'm in a deep cut. I'm seeing skulls that burn, they tryna cut me off. Avoiding my luck, I'm feeling kinda stuck. I'm in narrow hallways, running like it's a ball game. Hand tracks be tracking me to different doorways. In a maze, and I don't know what to do. Guaranteed though, I'ma find the emeralds. Don't call me Knuckles for nothing, I get loose. Sure bees fighting with them foes all the time, but I gotta do it, they always stay out of line. Sometimes I wanna just chill and land, but I'm the protector of the emeralds and gems. Stay knuckled up in a deep cut. I'm seeing skulls that burn, they tryna throw me off. Avoiding my luck, I'm feeling kinda stuck. Don't call me Knuckles, give me a box.
Welcome, folks, back to another episode of Starfinder, A Cosmic Birthday. When we last left off our intrepid heroes, they had just escaped from the first chapter, which was the Ghost Levels, a mysterious back room that seems to have suddenly appeared on the space station where space, time, and quite a lot of other things don't quite work like they normally do. They're currently located in one of the districts of the gigantic space station city called Little Akiton, which is a little bit of a poor quarter, but is very well known for having neighbors that all help each other. And we left off at one of the very famous residents of this district, to say the least, Mooney Moonpuncher's shop, the Quarter Bodega, which I'm going to activate now. Which will mean, unfortunately, turning off one of the playlists for this one.
Oh god, we've got this music back again.
God.
Yep.
The cleaner's in danger.
I'm always in danger.
I believe we had left off at exactly when Mooney had announced at a party that she had a job for them if they come back, maybe sometime tomorrow, especially if they're interested in occult things.
I believe so. And with that mention of something coming later on, Ruffle would be on the way out of the door along with along with Faye. After all, it was getting late. It'd be better to take the advice, come back another day.
You make sure not to get lost or anything, love. Especially not with that sword on your back. We'll say Mooney, but she sees you off.
But can't I just look over and just give a small... was effectively a thumbs up. Before...
Very awkward, shaky thumbs up.
Before going ahead and stepping to the door. And I will... Can we open the door? Or...
Yeah, you can. There is somebody behind it, however. So it might be better.
During this time, while everybody's getting ready to leave, Novikar is going to go and buy the batteries from Rasputin, and then run up to Deb and be like, "Here, I got these for you! I thought you would like them!" And hand Deb the tactical batteries.
I'd like to mention we've established that the way Rasputin functions as the shop is that when people need objects, its tail shakes and it just falls out of it, by the way.
Fantastic.
Where did that come from?
Rasputin is as confused as you are.
Mm-hmm. That said, Abby?
So Shaw is currently kind of fidgeting on her phone, not really paying attention to the party. She's gotten 3 friend requests from the rat pack they met in the ghost levels. She'll quickly accept them all and quickly send out a couple messages. Stuck in Little Akiton. Need someone to sell scrap to. Enter. Also, check police for any of crew that I was with, comma, things got noisy topside.
Yeah, as soon as you send out that message, it's like nigh instant, all 3 of their accounts are messaging you, almost like they're looking over each other's shoulders to see the first message. You don't even have to send the other 2. Oh. And they'll immediately make you aware of... Well, at first they start arguing over which scavenger they should send you to, and then they eventually agree that the best person you should ask for is a fellow called Knick-Knack of Knick-Knack's Scrapyard, whose location should be when we return to the world map later, revealed, actually.
I can't wait to see his patty whack.
Make sure we have a bone to give his dog.
We have to give a bone to Rebel.
Not the dog I was referring to, but fair enough.
Benna, the one that you saved from the cultist specifically, will immediately mention also that, yeah, of course your party has warrants out on their heads, actually. Several members of the party do.
Me too?
And
Question
then-
mark?
What was that, Abby?
I'm gonna just give a me too question mark.
Yeah, that's not Benna answering, that's Twick, actually, also known as Twitch. Sending you a footage of, our first session, where the cleaner opened fire in the middle of a busy street from somebody's very panicked cell phone footage. And you could very much be heard clearly saying, "What the fuck, cleaner?" So, yes, you too.
God damn it.
I regret nothing.
I regret everything. I'm taking
You probably should.
I'm taking the battery out of my gun, and I am contemplating life over in the corner.
Considering who's outside, I would ask that people leave the bodega at more or less the same time, regardless of how you want to flavor it, because... Yeah, there's somebody that looks like very clearly a member of Epsilon Security standing like on the street next to a bike.
So, Ginkle's just gonna walk out.
Faye would too. Faye doesn't have any problems, nor would she think anything of this.
I'm gonna be by the door.
Yeah, no, she kind of immediately recognizes not Faye, not Ginkle. She like kind of pauses for a hot second, looking at Ginkle's walker, and she's like, "Yeah, I guess people have been driving around in weirder things." But she does immediately recognize Revel, and gives a small wave, and will very loudly ask, "Would it be alright if we talked for a moment, sir?"
Revel's just gonna pause, look at her. He doesn't make anything do anything offensive or anything, but he does look back inside before making a step closer and just simply saying, or rather, he says nothing. The blade on his back, however, would speak up and just like, that would be difficult. But we are able to communicate a different way. I'm more than willing to answer questions. What's going on?
Well, I've actually just gotten a handful of tourists very panicked over at the police station. They told me that your group has actually saved them over in the coast levels. Apparently you were in quite the hurry for going to the nearest shop, so much so that you left them.
We left them on the ship that we used to get out of there. Yes. Are they okay?
Well, they've gotten proper medical attention now, thanks to your wonderful help, actually. She will pull out what is her police badge. Her name is Mariciel, and you can see that her ethnicity is that she's from Castrovel, the planet that is known for being where the vast majority of elves in Starfinder comes from, before putting it away. And you can also see immediately that she's not affiliated with any large group. She's affiliated with, like, the person that's, like, directly at the top, the Primex. So I don't want to say it's common knowledge, but it's basically common knowledge that it's a very small group of cops because each section has their own cops. But she's like not associated with any syndic guilds. That at least not that you can tell just by looking at her. If you take what she's showing you at face value.
I see. So long... The Blade would continue to speak up. So long as they got the attention they need, and they're okay. Well, I can at least sleep easier. We can at least sleep easier tonight knowing that.
Yeah, it's about that, actually. There's been some footage that's been surfacing on the internet about a certain altercation that's happened somewhat recently over in the Vesk quarters. Not less than 2 hours ago.
He would visibly make a face at that. Revel would make a face at that and just glance over his shoulder as the Blade spoke up. It's like, oh, is that so?
I'm assuming that Shaw and the cleaner are not within view.
I'm
No.
trying to stay out of sight after I saw the cherries and berries outside.
But Rebel would just rub his head as the Blade spoke up. Look, that wasn't supposed to happen. We were just supposed to head... We were supposed to head down to the elevator. Things just sped up from there.
Yeah, you can see Officer Maricel actually like kind of tilt her head over. And I'm going to ask, Sammy, is Novakari visible?
Novakari is probably... Is the door glass, or is the door, like, solid?
The doors are currently open.
Oh, yeah, the Novakari is just kind of standing here, like, looking at what's going on, but not really doing anything, just kind of, like, trying to pay attention to, like, what they're saying, but also not really trying to be in the center of attention either.
Alright, one last question. Is canonically the events of the one-shot something that happened to Novakari? Because I believe you played that character for the one-shot.
I did play Novakari for the one-shot. Canonically, I suppose, yeah.
I have been playing it as yes, it was something of a shared background for the two of them.
Yeah, I want to say, yeah.
Yeah, you could see, like, the brow on Maricel. Like, Maricel's brow, like, being... She looks like she's been very much having a furrow blood, like, all day. And she just lets out this immense sigh. Listen. You're currently not exactly under investigation, but you're in a little bit of a hot water, you and your friend back there. I just want you to know that certain security forces are after you, whilst others have actually been trying to cover for you. The Church of Waydan is extremely grateful for what you've done recently, and that's why I'm not here with the siren blaring. Do you understand what I mean?
Rebel gives a calm nod in response.
Alright. Would you happen to have any information about the other two individuals that were shown in this footage? As she will, like, walk over a little closer and show the footage that Shaw has actually just been sent, which shows very much Shaw, the cleaner, and Novakari being in that altercation in the middle of the street. None of the other party members are visible.
It's 'cause the two of them weren't there.
Yeah, Faye was, but they were not caught on camera.
I guess not at the initial point of... You know what I mean.
Yeah, no, she was in the middle of combat and was running away.
She wasn't at the origin point of the shot being fired.
No, this is like somebody's phone footage of the whole fight. Like, it shakes back and forth between them.
Oh,
And it was
the
close
whole
enough.
thing.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
So
Currently, the individuals that were shot during this footage in this fight are receiving medical attention. We would love any kind of help that you can provide to us towards finding the other two individuals that were involved in that altercation. I'm going to assume you are not with them right now, correct?
a rebel would stare at it for a moment and just something of a hand to chin before. Excuse me. Okay. Before the blade would simply say, considering the lockdown, they should be somewhere in the district. We broke off after we got done with everything in the ghost levels.
That's good to know. Mayor Scale is looking a little bit pensively over to the side. I did have one last question, actually, before I let you go. How exactly was it that you managed to get yourself from the Vest quarters over to Little Akiton in so short a time, and still managed to, so you say, find your way into the ghost levels?
Do you have a... The blade was simply asked... Actually, no. We probably have a phone on us. One moment. And...
The Vest quarters is completely at the south side, if you look at Epsilon Space Station, like this. Completely on the south side of town. You're currently all the way on the north side.
So, Revel would take a moment, just look at the map, and stare at it for a moment, squinting before saying something. Pause. The canine would look to the blade, look back at the map, it's like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how we got here that fast.
Yes, indeed. Even the fastest mag trains cannot get here in less than 1 hour.
Like, I can tell you that if you look on that video, there's this alleyway to the right has 2 elevators. We went down one of those. And at that point, anything I tell you, it would not make any sense or even be remotely believable.
Hi,
Yes, the
Lars.
fact that you mentioned the ghost levels at all is already a little far-fetched, but I'm deciding to take your deposition as is.
We were down there for just 2 hours? It felt like freaking days.
Yeah, actually, I will confirm that the video footage was taken 2 hours ago, which means in that time, it has gone viral. Like this is not, like, something that happens quickly normally.
Oh, good.
But yeah, Revel is just trying to mentally ponder the fact that that's the span of time between what happened to everything that occurred to now. And as he's just sitting there, like, fingers clasped together and just staring at it, after a moment, the blade just speaks up and says, from an elevator going haywire to sections of that level not making any sense whatsoever, to getting those civilians out of there alive. I couldn't tell you how we got from there in the Vest Quarter all the way to Little Lakitan in 2 hours. And if you told me 8 hours, if you told me 6 hours, it makes sense. But
To be perfectly honest, actually, the account that uploaded this is somewhat dubious, which is why I'm not immediately asking you to follow me to the station. Not to mention you've already bought yourself quite a fair amount of, well, leeway, shall we say, from saving those civilians, as well as what your previous job has done. I'm going to assume she kind of looks back, needs to think for a moment. I'm going to assume that the Skittermander was simply attempting to prevent the fight from getting any worse, and that is also what you were doing. Now, if you ever see the other 2 individuals that are shown in this footage, please contact the local police department as soon as possible.
Or
we understand.
Very large footsteps will actually make their way over to the entrance as the Shobad lady, Manny Moonpuncher, will walk over to the entrance and be like, "Oh, Mariciel! Please don't tell me you're harassing my customers again." Manny? Mariciel is about as stone-faced as it gets, but you did see her tense up a tiny bit when Manny showed up in view. I was only doing my due diligence, ma'am. Oh, yes. Of course you were. I can assure you, however, I know how unbelievable the stories about the ghost levels are, but who am I to argue with the questionable items they have brought me? Questionable items? Oh, yes. I actually happen to be in the possession of a very interesting spear. And as soon as a spear is mentioned, Mariciel kind of seems to lose interest and size. Alright, I'm going to assume that nothing dangerous you would purchase, Miss Manny, is dangerous, or is telling of anything questionable these individuals have been doing here. At any rate, you've heard what I said. As Mariciel, the elf lady, will get back on her bike and will speed off. Actually, we'll drive safely away because she's a cop, and that does kind of matter.
The rebel is going to hand a chest, take a breath, and just keep an eye out and wait for her. Wait till both A, he can no longer see the bike, and B, no longer hear the bike. Before
I'll tell you it's gone by now.
And even then, giving it an extra minute before before just at least from Rebel, gives a very small whistle. Meanwhile, the blade simply says, "You didn't have to do that, but we appreciate the help."
Considering a little bit of advance payment for that job I mentioned.
Alright. What are the details?
Oh, no. Please. You poor little thing look absolutely ragged. We can talk tomorrow. She will give one last look to the cleaner, whomst has been very intently staring at that rifle, and will simply wiggle her perfectly manicured fingers as she walks back to the shop, saying, "Toodaloo, gents."
Revel just reaches back, grabs the blade, pulls it out, and just looks at it for a moment before hearing from it, just like, "What? I didn't lie. I just didn't give I just didn't give an exact answer."
Indeed, you didn't. The second you would have lied, I would have asked for deception, and I know you're fucking not trained in that at all. This could have gone very poorly.
Exceedingly, yes. Just after a moment, Revel just stares at the blade for a moment, takes a breath before just giving the blade something of a pat before putting it back on his back.
So, Ginkle's going to just look at the group. For a second, I thought one of you was going to end up like my grandchild, Aryan. Always in and out of jail, that one.
Oh, is that the blue one?
Did you share pictures of your grandkids to the people here?
Ginkle doesn't have a way to. So
I'm
right
pretty
now,
sure.
only Shaw, I think, would know of them.
Oh.
Fair enough.
So here's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're in shit.
Well, this is out of character. In character,
Oh,
yes.
I thought it was in character. Sorry.
Out of character. Well, no, I guess this is XCOM me, so no, he wouldn't know who the fuck Aryan is. Never mind, carry on.
Well, no, because you said that he had knowledge of the continent of steel.
I did?
Yes. I remember you making a comment about it.
I don't remember this. Oh no.
Which means, wait. He knows who Ginkle is.
Yeah.
You referenced the Malasada.
Right. I did reference the Malasada. Oh god, that
I mean, if you want to take that back as to avoid a very headache-inducing, like...
please, 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 for the love of God.
A very headache-inducing new bit of lore about your character.
Although, I have to say, it would kind of be funny as hell. Because then it's like, wait, we went to the ghost rooms. We went to the ghost levels, and I found this guy from a show I watched I don't know how long ago.
Not a show I watched, a show I was a part of.
So
Weirder.
fair. Revel's going to just send a message to Shaw. And the request is simple. Let's get out of here before something else happens.
The ship has
You know
meds.
this.
Let's get out of here. You
I
want
might
me
need
to
to
guide through the
upload a map
streets?
of that ship.
I'd rather not. Rebels is like, I'd rather not take the back roads. I'd rather just find the alleyways that we can navigate through and stay off the street.
Ah, so what I'm hearing is you're taking the avoid notice exploration activity.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Son of bitch. Yes, I guess that is.
I need to look for it.
I believe there's no rolls involved in it. You kind of just walk slower to avoid notice.
You attempt a stealth check to avoid notice while traveling at half speed.
You do need to roll. How nice.
Wait, is it a stealth check or is it a?
It is an exploration action that requires stealth checks.
I see.
Cleaner, you're actually stealthier than I am.
I'm good at what I do.
Do you want to keep us low and get us out of here?
I'm pretty sure all of us have to roll this, not just me. I didn't take the one thing that would make it, so I just roll one stealth check for all of us.
Are you an expert?
In stealth, yes.
Then in that case, everybody else can follow the expert, which is another exploration activity.
Okay.
You should add those to your sheet. Whilst I upload a map for Jilzakba's ship. Yeah, in retrospect, I really should have done that like ages ago. I don't know why I didn't. Oh no, I already did. I just forgot to make a map for it. That's why.
I'm re-rolling that.
Yes, this is a good reminder. Hey, you have hero points.
That's still not great either.
Can I assist?
You know what?
I mean, aren't you rolling it yourself?
Not if you follow the expert. If you follow the expert, you basically use like other people's.
I see.
Yeah.
Thanks to your allies' assistance, you add your level as a proficiency bonus to the associated skill check. Even if you're untrained, you also gain a bonus equal to your allies' proficiency. So they would all still roll it, but they would get a +2, and if they're untrained, which no one is untrained, they get a +2 to it.
There we go.
So they're going to. Oh my god!
I'm re-rolling that.
2 hero points gone immediately.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, so they're going to follow my techniques and somehow be sneakier than me. Smile.
Do you want to reveal that, Bryce? Even I cannot see it.
I didn't realize it was stealth.
There we go.
My bad. I didn't realize it was a self roll.
You're good.
Alrighty.
I don't even think Faye would be stealthy because she's not even being looked for. She'd just be walking half pace with her headphones on.
Honestly, that's a good point. Kane and Faye can just head back without an issue.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I want to ask if people want to head back faster than your compatriots. Not that it matters. That you know.
I'm getting arrested.
I mean, I was gonna swing by the tinkerer's place and drop off those goods so we can just hand wave that money into our pockets.
Knickknacks?
Yeah, the knick-knack paddywhack. Unless you have lore there.
I do.
Okay, then we'll hit it up tomorrow morning.
That would definitively make my life a lot easier.
Oh my god, Ginkle Gear Grinder.
This old man's quiet as a mouse.
Alright, I just needed to make sure that the map was a little
If you
bit
want
better
me to
aligned.
still roll stealth, I will, by the way.
You don't need to.
Okay, I won't.
Honestly, I'm not sure why I'm even making a map for this, because I'm gonna be perfectly honest. With those stealth checks, absolutely nobody bothers you on your way back. But I will ask, what exactly are you doing over back at the ship?
Bed. Sleep.
Bed?
Power down.
I'm probably gonna sit with Ginkle and kind of explain the gap to him. And
Oh, my word.
Try to explain what has happened over the last 1,000 years. And how the ghost levels just kind of does that, and that might be the key to getting him back to his timeline. Or his time.
I guess that does beg a good background lore related question. How what is the like time gap, I guess, between the modern day, the real life, and when Starfinder takes place?
That's a tough one because the technology level between different locations varies so fucking much. Because a bunch of aliens got uplifted and technology got shared, so it's like vague. However, it is assumed that quote unquote modern time was in the middle of the gap. Like in the gap at some point. No one knows how long the gap is. It's just
Okay.
that's when
then,
modern time happens.
Okay, then what I put down for my lore accurate age is still correct. Then fantastic.
I just used X for the gap.
Yeah.
The cleaner's lore is complicated, and we may or may not get into that at some point. Don't worry about it. Also, I don't.
Thank you for the raid.
I don't owe Mooney one. I own Revel one and Atticus one for fucking covering for our asses too.
Alright, I put this together in like 2 seconds, but if you want to stare at something, you can.
Honestly, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. The cleaner is staring at his phone because he's playing games again.
Rebel's going to just take a moment to find the spot, sit down, lean against the wall, and just breathe.
This was a very high-stress environment. The ship has 3 levels, by the way, but a very quick look around the place will tell you that the tourists have definitively gone by then. Yeah, might as well reveal the 3 levels.
Oh, there are better beds.
Oh, there are better beds.
Yeah, like I said, I really should have done this ages ago. This thing is still an absolute clunker, and please, despite it not being shown, assume that it's over on the docks.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll just be sitting down here, I guess, in the mess hall, common area with Ginkle, just kind of calmly explaining what I can. Though I will very much leave out the last time she remembers seeing Ginkle. Specifically because it sounds like the last time he saw her was before that, and doesn't want to break any timeline contingency or continuity there.
Yeah, that's what I knew would make a very interesting interaction. Is the fact that you're not quite from the same time exactly.
So she'll go through the explanation of what Absalom Station is, and that, yes, the planet that they were on is just completely missing, and no one knows where it went off to. And
Yeah.
well, at this point, most of the people of Galarian have scattered to the various stars or on Absalom Station. And aside from the myriad of creatures that you know, space has many more, and even stranger techs than what we found back at home. Kind of give him the rundown of how things are, and that the last 3 years of being here, I don't know if he cares to see the change, but she is very much not the same Fox that he met back then.
Uh, I feel like Ginkle, hearing all of this, would just look at her and be like, no, that's a lot of... I can tell that you are very different from when I last encountered you.
I will say I was like this when I first came into existence. It's just spending 1,000 years locked in an egg and having to watch the events of a rambunctious child and his pet dog and duck go through various adventures in the multiverse over and over and over again drives you insane. You are glad you didn't get trapped in one of those egg pods. Would have been very bad.
You know, at one point in our travels in the mansion, I almost did.
Do you still have the head? You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, God.
Do you still have Human Pete's? Well, you never really gave him a new name, but it was a replica of Human Pete's head. You still have that?
I think Ginkle would.
She's gonna cover her hand on her face a bit. You do realize that after he was an entertainment bot, he just, like, there were a dime a dozen of the Empire. He just broke free. I just forget the exact specifics of Dan's character. The other thing is, I want to formally apologize. While we were, our group, exasperated mentally, there was no reason for us to fire on you rather than just petty revenge and mild insanity. I don't believe your friends would be so appreciative if they saw me again, so if you find a way back, I don't think I have a place if I were to go with. That, and if I was back in that time, I would, if I saw her again, I would not be good mentally. And she will look at Ginkle on the word her with that kind of expression of, you know who I'm talking about when I say her.
Ginkle would just... sorry. Would just look at her and just nod. Not say anything.
All I need to know is she's happy in the past, and that I'm fine.
I guess I couldn't really tell you how she was doing. Like I said, I arrived here shortly after. And he's gonna pause a moment and just... he's trying to find the words, without saying, after
You can say it after you killed me. It's fine. Wouldn't be the first time that I've had to deal with some uncomfortable things. Just thank you for not firing on me the moment you saw me in the halls.
I'm going to be honest, I'm sure you may have guessed. For a moment, I thought you were her.
You know, having her memories does make it so I respond to her name. It is certainly something. But that also means I have memories of when you and her interacted. I will say a strange comfort I've found is substituting myself in her shoes. I don't know if it's right to do something like that, but you find what you can to make yourself feel safe in these strange times. Though, maybe I'll earn my own memories with you. Is it alright if I do continue to call you Gramps, by the way?
Well, you do call her your sister. And, well, as far as I'm aware, she was going to get married to Layla when we got back.
Oh. I had an inkling. That's good. I hope the wedding goes well. Do I need to roll deception on that?
Honestly, at this point, that would be up to Kane to sense your motive. Because you can tell a bold-faced lie, but then it's like, does anyone actually doubt you? If they don't need to know. But Kane, if you doubt her, you have to check.
Alright.
I'll be quite honest, the whole lying and sense motive thing, this is never meant to be used against players. Against each other. This should never happen. This is only for NPCs, normally.
I don't know how I was supposed to... if I'm supposed to see that or not.
Honestly, since we're role-playing... Yeah, he could... You could tell she's not quite that genuine. Just barely. Like +0.
I have one
So
left.
Geekle would, he would look at Shaw and just with not even like a hint of being upset or angry or anything, just look at her and say, you know, you have similar tells.
Okay. I will say there's a little bit of resentment. When you are a reflection, as it is properly called here, there's a little bit of resentment that comes with the original and the things that they get to do and you don't. But let's leave that there. I have one more thing I want to ask you. And this is a little bit of a different one. This is a curveball. How do you talk to kobold women?
This was indeed a curveball.
No, you wouldn't actually be aware. Mhm. Is this about Faye?
I have no idea how to connect with that child. Like, I think she's in her 20s, but there are some times where she acts immature, and I have no idea what to do. I want to know more about her. Why does she have, not mine, sorry. Why does she have Aberdeen's gun? Why does she remind me of them? I don't know, and it's clawing at my brain.
I'm rolling a retroactive perception check because I want to see if Ginkle has actually noticed this about Faye. Oh, he's
Oh my
fucking noticed,
God.
all right.
Oh. Ginkle sees everything.
You know, that was something I had also noticed. She looks like a little bit of a blend of Layla, Aberdeen, and something else. And if this has been however many thousand years from when I was here, it's likely she's...
No. Is there a sanity check I can roll?
At that point, I could just post the thing from a very high-level enemy that deals psychic damage for you to attempt resisting against. Ah yes, 10d10 psychic damage, roll a will save.
Okay, I'll roll a will save.
I'm not actually putting damage, but... That's
Oh
always
my
the
God.
closest thing.
I take that information, and I kind of just...
I think you're having a bit of a Toby moment where you're like, I'm processing this information.
No, she's just
I've processed this information.
She's just gone silent, and she's just sitting there.
My God, I think this means that she's your great
Don't...
however many niece.
Sarah Gray above! If she is... There's... That explains a lot! Oh,
I will say her attitude does remind me somewhat of Layla when she's very upset.
The gods are torturing me. No, the gods are I swear that I have been brought back as a game for the gods to see how much they could screw with me before I broke.
Well, I mean, if you look at it another way, perhaps this is a way to get some form of closure.
I'm grabbing a beer. Do you want one?
At this point, knowing how old I potentially am, Yes, I will take you up on that.
All right.
Apparently, Pharasma, the goddess who watches over everyone's soul in this multiverse, is looking at this situation and laughing very hard.
I think I might go through half this 10-pack with Ginkle tonight.
Half. More like the whole goddamn thing.
Well, who do you think's getting the other half?
Oh, I see.
Alright, roll me 10 fortitude saves against the alcohol.
Let's see how quick it takes for Shaw to get shit-faced.
5 checks each, baby. That was
Oh, wait,
almost
no, hold up.
immediate.
Alcohol has an actual skill check.
Of course it does.
It's surprisingly doable, but I want to see if you can actually power through this without getting
Wasted?
actually wasted, because you can.
Yeah, that's 2 passes each, 1 crit for the old man. There's the first fail. There's the first fail.
I'm still above the board.
Okay. That's what, the 4th check? 5th check for Ginkle, only 1 fail? And none for Shaw.
Shaw is capable of just pounding away alcohol after alcohol just all night, and Kane, you're almost capable of keeping up with her. Almost, but unfortunately you do suffer the effects of stage 2 alcohol, which is, you're feeling a little bit drunk for a little while when we go back out. Actually, no, because you're spending the night here. Please tell me you're actually sleeping after doing this.
I feel like Ginkle, who is, this is not the first time. Well, no. I guess this is the first time Ginkle has gotten drunk, because at the bar in Restov technically happens after this.
Yeah? However, I'm going to assume that it's now a new day, as the very terrible, in case you forgot about it, the holographic sun that shines over little Agiton gives you a big warm smile, and advertises 76's Diner. Come on down to have yourself a 2-credit special, which, if you don't have enough money, it's free! Every breakfast is great when you come to Sunny Six's Diner.
Honestly,
What?
diner food sounds good. The problem
After a
is,
night of drinking, some greasy diner food.
I don't care how much gravy's on these slugs, I will eat it.
Yes, I should also reveal the location of Knickknack's scrapyard, which is right here. If you close that back out, the pin should be shown on the map.
Why is the icon a trap?
Because it's a scrapyard.
That does not give me insight as to why the icon's a bear trap.
Well, that sucks, doesn't it?
I'm concerned.
You should feel free to ask where you want to go, and that would be a good time for me to check the cost of services for getting around the place. I don't want to break into exploration activity quite just yet, because I've not had the time to study it, but transportation should be relatively extremely cheap. Actually, yeah, no, I'm just gonna say that it's a straight up like 2 SP to get across anywhere in Little Akiton per person. 2 credits.
I mean, I can't believe the whole party is whistling to the entire rest of the party.
Roleplay actions kind of mess up when we're on a world map using a party token, unfortunately.
Break a little bit.
But that does remind me of something, actually. Faye, you were spending the night actually going online to take a look at the various reports in the news on the space station, right?
Among other things, but yes.
The first thing that you'll definitively notice very quickly is that the reason why there's currently a lockdown between the various districts of Absalom Space Station is because there's various rumors going around. There's no, like, proper official sources talking about it, but a lot of it is rumors that the power generator at the very bottom of the space station is currently experiencing power failures. And that's like the most trustworthy one that is currently ongoing.
Great, the technology in this place is fucking falling apart.
Yes, currently the Prime X, the person currently leading the space station as its elective leader, is like just telling people to please stay in whatever district you're in right now. Currently, it's very dangerous for people to try flying because of like various like gravity power failures outside of the actual districts.
She's gonna do a little more research finding all that out to try to find out who actually like helps control the grid / built the actual like generators.
That one will take an actual research thing, which
That's fine.
You sure about that? Because I was going to say it might take several hours.
To be fair, that's probably what she would have been doing laying in bed.
Alright. Which is a good time for me to start introducing an idea that I've been having a lot recently. So, you know how it's like a lot of GMs don't want to have downtime because it's not fun to just take an actual break from the adventuring to do that stuff? So something I was going to suggest after, or rather, starting today, is how do people feel about the idea of having half of your day is downtime and the other half is actually exploring around the place?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
I mean, it makes sense because it's like working an 8-hour job, then going home.
Because there is a fair amount of activities and things that we all want to do, and we're like, damn, I don't want to take like 5 fucking days to do this. And I just posted research in chat. Please go on, Bryce.
Before the party leaves the ship, Revel will move to get everyone's attention as best he can, being that he doesn't talk. Which, pretty sure for at least confidently Ginkle and Faye, while Revel wasn't saying a word, the sword was taking care of a lot of the heavy lifting. But it was very clear that even if Revel wanted to talk, there's a reason why he's not. Even then...
Yeah.
Yeah, like, even then, when Revel got everybody together, once more, rather than Revel speak, the sword would speak up and simply say, listen up. Given what happened last night, I do want to caution you guys on something of import. When it comes to the fact of traveling around the city and the police, bear this in mind. Two of us are safe, 2 of us are under watch, and 2 of us are probably being actively looked for by the police. I'll give you 3 guesses as to who's who.
cleaner.
I know what I'm about.
You're about to owe me a couple more beers. If we get
For
out
what?
of this.
Why do I owe you beers anyways?
What do you mean for what? We would have been fine if you didn't shoot out a street light and start a gunfight in the middle of... Fine.
Yeah, I'll activate this map again so people can roll their checks properly. Sorry.
Like Reva would rub their neck and think, actually, that's the problem. Because you took that shot, all four of us, well, the four of us are under scrutiny by the station's police because you took that one shot. More closely, you two are under scrutiny because, well, you both got seen pretty clearly by the police. While it'd be all four of us, me and Nova have some... Let's just say we made some friends. And we kind of have a little bit of breathing room. We just have to stay out of trouble for a while. As for you two, he says, gesturing over to Ginkle and Faye. Don't worry about it. They have no reason to even look at your direction right now.
Well, obviously they don't. I did nothing wrong.
If anything, I dare say you did the most natural thing in that situation. Get out of there.
At any rate, what now?
You do have, like, two possible adventures to go on. Namely, you could go and visit the scrapyard that the Braxine has been introduced to, or you could go back to Mooney to see about that job.
Revel would think about it for a moment before saying, let's take care of visiting that scrapyard. Sean, you mentioned going over there to sell some spare parts.
Yeah, some of the integrated torches and whatnot that we picked up down there, we can sell at full price to that guy. Or at least that's what our buddies, the triplets, told me. Hopefully their word is good, but seeing as we saved their butts from the ghost levels, I see no reason that they would have attempted to try and stir trouble.
Understood.
That and they
You're
did.
all over the news, by the way.
Oh. Yes,
Does
I
that make
know.
you happy to be known?
No, I absolutely hate it. Why do you...
Also, whenever you're ready, go on.
Revel, I did want to thank you for being decorative with the truth yesterday. It was very appreciated.
Revel just sways his tail a bit before the blade continues onward and says, yeah, we had to pick our words very carefully for that one, but yeah. Didn't want to just, throw you two under the bus.
The other thing is, side, remember how I mentioned purchasing the ice cream? Did I actually purchase the ice cream?
Is it in your inventory?
I was waiting till money was in the party stash before taking it out, and that was kind of in flux.
Well, we plan on going back there anyway, so you can get it while we're back there and just say that you bought it when we were there the first time.
That works.
Unless you want to make use of it right now. Because you said you bought it back then.
I was going to attempt to offer it to Faye.
Let's just go real quick over to Moody's shop so you can purchase that.
Whoop. I am back. Here, give me some ice cream.
Her music will play on top of the exploration for cities. Yeah, that's Rasputin. Rasputin is a shop.
Okay, Okay, and then I need to give myself 50 from the party stash. How do I do that? This. So just drag.
You
this
drag and
over.
drop it. Yeah.
Okay, so move. And then I come over here. And then drag that into my... Or no, I should just be able to buy it.
Yes, there's like an actual buy button. Which is very cool.
Okay, we can go back to the ship now.
To the ship or the world map, whichever y'all prefer.
World map, probably, at this point.
But yeah, either way, after situations happen and we're getting ready to leave the ship, Ginkle would approach Revel a moment and just, I have noticed that you have...
Mizu said BRB.
Alright.
That you have had either hesitance or inability to speak yourself. And I took some time to create something that should be able to assist if it is a lack of ability to speak. And yeah, in that little bit of downtime, Ginkle has crafted a voice box, and I have put it in the party stash.
Okay. So, let's see. Rebel's going to... There it is. He's going to take this voice box, look at it for a moment. Having a decent idea of what it is, just after a while of staring at it, he grabs it and messes with it a bit before making it into something akin to a collar, if you will. And turning it on, he's going to stare at it for a moment, still hesitant for a brief time period, before simply just saying, "Hello? Can you hear me?"
Oh, get that. You don't have to, have the sword translate for you. That's wonderful.
Hey, this
The
is
puppy friend can talk.
this is weird. But I'm not dying, so that's a good thing. Okay,
Not gonna ask. Not gonna ask.
thanks. How did you do that?
I, at least back home, was quite the craftsman, as it were. Actually, Mechamech here was something that Sorry, Mechamech. Someone that I constructed, and the form you see him in now is a alteration that happened out of necessity when I arrived here.
Holding on, like adjusting the box of it, And just moving his head around a moment, they do give a nod as if say, makes sense. While this is a way to talk without consequences, doesn't exactly fix the problem, but it will at least facilitate my ability to talk with everybody. So, I guess I don't need to keep sending messages for now. Though it is still useful for keeping things private. I'll figure it out. Now, let's head to the scrapyard, shall we? And I will say, after a moment, he does ponder a moment, and it's like, and if you must know, if you're curious, I can answer as to why I didn't talk sooner. If you really care to know.
Well, I'm not one to pry against wishes. Perhaps another time over a meal.
Fine by me.
Cleaner.
Hmm?
Shaw's gonna take off her outermost robe and hand it to you.
Did not mean to post that. Ignored it.
Understood.
For why?
They're currently looking for a white fox in a black robe and you. You're a lot easier to spot in a crowd, and well, my outfit on that video, I had my hood up the entire time. Not exactly making it easy to be spotted. I think if we swap outfits,
Are you
for the
referring
time
to-
being, we might be able to blend in a little better.
I think I understand your reasoning. However, if this is because of the ears, I can just turn them off.
No, I'm not. If they're looking at a crowd, they're going to be looking for people that fit the specific MO of when I. The more we can do to differentiate ourselves from what we looked like at that time, the better.
Before taking the cloak, the cleaner's going to turn off his, what's the name of that item?
Hollow Spark?
Yeah, he's gonna turn off his hollow spark and, stow away his sunglasses that he's wearing. The ears disappear. Is this different enough for you?
As long as you don't look like yourself on the security footage, that's all that really matters.
I can't do anything about the hair color, so maybe I will take that cloak after all, but... the cleaner will take the cloak offered by Shaw and wear it and put the hood up.
Yep. So, it's a bit of a walk. We can take the bus.
I mean, I'm fine walking, personally.
You crazy? That's a far walk.
I've made farther.
Still, I would like to get to the diner while they're still serving breakfast. If there's an off chance that they have pancakes, I would enjoy that.
Pancakes too. These are kind of good right now, not gonna lie.
Yeah, either of the two locations should be available. Knickknack Scrapyard being obviously the area of interest for most folks.
Where's Faye?
That's a good question. I
I
guess
mean,
I
we
forgot
could
to
eat
copy
first
them.
and then go to the scrapyard.
There you go.
Diner, scrapyard, then Moonies, or scrapyard, diner, then Moonies?
I think diner, then scrapyard, then Moonies.
So if you folks are in agreement to going to the diner, that's what I'll activate.
Hey, what do you know? A meal with which to talk over.
By the way, I would like to mention, you also have not checked out the community center, and it is like, it would be free to go there, because it's within walking distance, you're right next to it.
Actually, sure. It's just right there, and honestly, considering that's one of the places we were considering dropping off the people for the civilians and make sure they get the care they need. Couldn't hurt to stop by, look around. Especially if it's on the way.
Literally right outside the door.
Yep.
Alrighty. I'm activating that one then.
There's a
I
community
think
center.
that is the consensus.
Alright, let me drop you off on the map. Up here, I think would make the most sense. Like I said, it's not that much of a walk, actually. You kind of approach the community center. It's a kind of flat-roofed, dilapidated building to the southwest of here that looks like it's made from slabs of corrugated metal haphazardly welded together. Although you do see on the walls to the south of you a lot of painting made out of chalks or various other drawings of humans, Vesk, Shirin, and Isuki children holding hands together and working together in a garden underneath a big smiling sun on the outer walls. Activated the map, right?
Mm-hmm.
Should feel free to approach the building however you see fit.
It's the building to the south.
Yes.
Alright.
Like, this is just somebody, this right here is just somebody's, like, home that somebody has
It's-
made using...
It's Debraxine's worst nightmare. There are two Fays.
Oh no!
Sorry about that. You know, the person that is living there, you can actually see they're serving ramen. It's a Shirin individual whom's that you might have seen artwork of, but I can always show more if you want to.
I'm just gonna make note of this for dinner tonight. Be back.
As we're walking, Ginkle is gonna look over the railing at the stars below and just... That is going to take some getting used to.
Oh yeah. That's everywhere here.
Yeah, you almost like forget about it after a while. To you by now, it's completely normal, but to Kane, it's like, why is the sky below me?
Thank goodness for gravity and atmospheric reduction.
You could definitively hear the sounds and whir of industrial fans providing pretty much a constant background noise near around the building. But at least that means you got good ventilation in there.
Nova is going to be taking this time picking up all the trash she can find and trying to find a trash can because this looks so unclean and she needs to clean it.
Oh my goodness, bless you, actually. There is a huge, bin container all the way over there. And if you wanted to take, 10 minutes to do that, you totally could. If
She
the party's
absolutely
willing to
would
wait.
just be running around cleaning up everything she could.
Revel's gonna just turn around, look to Novakari, not say a word, stare for a bit, look to where the others went, look to Novakari. After a moment, he just shrugs before moving to help out.
Actually, if at least one more person helps out, I could see you do that in 1 minute, actually.
I guess the cleaner can live up to his name and also do his good deed of the day.
Yeah, Shaw sees Nova back there doing the cleaning and has her moment where it's yeah, that's Nova being good. Yeah, I should probably follow her example and start cleaning up as well. But she will pocket a few pieces of chalk that she sees on the ground and draw a little fox on the wall with one of the pieces before continuing on her way.
Seeing so many smiling faces definitely gets you thinking about that kind of stuff, huh?
But yeah, you said it'd take a minute for everybody to do this, or if the group of 4 do that.
Honestly, it would not take long at all if the entire group did it, which it sounds like y'all did. Almost everybody. So, it might as well be everybody. Actually, I'll say also... Hold on. Whilst y'all were cleaning, you definitively noticed that there's one of the individual up on the raised platform that, actually kind of noticed that you were doing that. It's a Shobad individual. You can see their head peeking out. They're the same species as Booney you saw back at the shop, and they kind of give you 2 thumbs up, specifically Novakari, as he sees that you're also an individual with multiple arms. Before getting back to what he was doing.
I wish they took video of that and posted it everywhere online.
Doing community service before you're even tried.
Gotta do some good. Gotta do something to try and lessen what will happen when eventually you see the big man.
That would be the big woman in this case, actually. Like I mentioned earlier, their name is Farazma. If anything, you feel like you might have seen her before, after you died once already.
Well, we'll see what happens when I see her again. Alright, well, unless we've gotten mops, I think this is as clean as we can get it.
You know, that could have been something we had borrowed from those maintenance robots. But too little, too late.
I've hit my ghost level quota for the week.
I'm not
Nova
going
is
to keep
also
describing until you move over to air, by the way.
Oh no, I'm
I was
sorry.
waiting for them to move because Faye's on purposely staying in the back.
Yeah, Sammy, what were you saying about Novakari?
Oh, Novakari is also activating the without a trace just to make sure that everything is cleaned up.
My goodness. Like, yeah, no, I would even say that actually kind of fixes it. You do notice the large individual that gave you the double thumbs up earlier, as soon as you turn around the corner, towards the inner courtyard of the community center. The actual building is further down southwest. And the first thing you immediately notice is that that guy is currently, like, enjoying a bowl of something. You don't know what it is from that distance, but you do notice that basically all the various containers are all soup kitchens, actually. There's quite a lot of people currently enjoying a free meal, it turns out.
We could just eat while we're here before we go to the scrapyard.
Honestly, I had my heart set on pancakes, but I'll take free soup.
Yeah, much like the one that was selling ramen down there, these people do sell food, but they'll also give it out for free at least once to people. Before you walk down there, I will say you immediately notice that these two are actually arguing with each other. Whether or not that affects whether or not you want to eat at this soup kitchen.
What are they arguing about?
That one you'll have to roll a perception check, unless you want to be very obvious that you're walking up close to a private conversation. You do catch the name of the male individual down there is Meldo, and they're currently arguing with the girlfriend about their job, which is in a dangerous part of town. They're currently being a construction worker, and with the reactor failures, she's more than a little bit concerned, on top of the sounds of gangs. You do catch one gang name in particular, the Red Queens.
Adding that to the list of factions. Can't wait to meet the tunnel snakes. I will avoid the conversation for the time being. Just kind of give the group like the, yeah, you know, like there's kind of a fight going on down there, and go down there in your own peril.
The vibes aren't good, basically, is what you're telling me.
Pretty much, yeah. She will walk over to the one that gave the thumbs up to the cleaning. Just be like,
Yeah, the current.
oh, sorry.
Go on.
Howdy.
Go.
Hello. I saw what you did down there. That's pretty cool, actually. Name's Tego. Just here, my buddy Veffy.
As he points over to the Lashunta, which is the humanoids, with the little antennas next to them. They're currently both enjoying, you think that it's cereals with water.
Huh. We just,
Gotta do what you
Oh
gotta do, man.
My god, there's been so much going on. I forgot to mention what Artemis learned on, that research that you did during downtime. I'm going to ask, is that something you want to keep private, or do you want that announced to everybody?
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay. You were researching who built the generator and, like, where it is, right?
Yep.
Okay, so... God damn it. I think I have an actual picture of where it is in that chat that I linked to earlier. But it's several ways down, like all the way near halfway to the bottom of the Absalom space station. If, you know what, I'm just gonna copy paste it here. Normally, some of the more complex research would take multiple downtime days, but I can just straight up tell you that this was very easy to find. It is halfway down. The Spike is what they call it, which is the lower levels of Absalom Space Station, which, the ghost levels kind of, it's made it a little bit harder to walk around down in the Spike, to say the least. A lot of tunnels that used to go places don't anymore, and yeah. Some people are arguing that it's possible that that's why the Starstone reactor is currently having some power issues. However, yeah. As for the people that built it, it turns out that it was there after the gap. So currently no one knows who built it, or the space station for that matter.
Alright.
Anyway, sorry about that. I forgot to mention that earlier.
It's not good.
Well, nice to meet you. We're gonna grab a couple bowls of cereal and check in on some friends that we had to visit the center yesterday.
And the student, Viffy, will speak up. Do you mean like those students that we saw yesterday? Turns over to Tego.
Yeah, I think they were like... There was a Vesk and there was a Patra, right?
It was...
As he turns back to you.
It was two Vesks and their kid, the two tentacle people businessmen,
Bathroom.
the big strong dude and his boyfriend, and the leader of the tour group.
Yeah, just real quick, Abby. Vesks are the lizard folks.
Okay.
Yeah. The Shiren is what the insect people are.
Right, okay. Sorry. It's very difficult
It's
because
fine.
it's a lot
It's
of new
new.
races to integrate into my repertoire.
It is very new.
Yep. But, like,
That's why.
They're talking about the couple, though, I think.
yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we wanted to make sure that they were doing alright after we, dropped them off. We had a bit of a rough ride getting here.
Yeah, Veffy kind of like pinches his temples a little bit. Yeah, I honestly, I remember when they came in. The dude's got like a broken arm or something. I don't recall seeing the other ones though. They might have gone elsewhere, I guess.
It's fine. We just wanted to make sure that they were doing well.
Yeah, no, I think it was Joya that took care of the guy's like arm a little bit. Come to think of it, oh, take it out.
Yeah.
Aren't they like staying up in the apartments on top of the community center?
Yeah, I think they can't go back to their college last I checked. So they might still be here.
Well, here you go.
Alright. Good to know. Anyway, who wants cereal and water?
Better than nothing. Not that I... Do androids even need to eat, actually?
Technically, yes, you do.
God
Because you're
damn
not
it.
full machine, you're partly machine.
It's not an android, it's a cyborg, but okay.
No, that is an android. In the Dragon Ball terms, unfortunately.
Fucking Dragon Ball.
I know.
Can I get my water on the side, please?
Ditto here, please.
Yeah, now the individual that's serving the soup kitchen is actually a human. And like, yeah, I get that a lot. as they'll make sure to actually like get you a bottle of water and the cereal's completely dry in a small plastic bowl. If you had come straight here after the ship, I would have said this would have been a long rest. But it is not. Come to think of it, that reminds me, I forgot to turn on the incredibly obnoxious sun.
Okay.
Yes,
I know that this is Starfinder, not Pathfinder, but androids in Pathfinder 2e are explicitly stated to need to sleep and eat.
And it is the same species in every way.
Boo!
Well, there you go. There's your answer.
Alright. Fucking...
I'm back. There we go. There's the sun.
Oh!
Make everything a little bit brighter in here.
Yeah, I think all of us are gonna have water on the side of our cereal. And she'll wave the three that aren't over at the kiosk over. Ginkle, Nova, and Faye.
Are you actually walking around the community center in your mech, Kane?
Yeah, this has kind of been what Ginkle's been doing since he got to the ghost levels. It's just been something he's kind of made a habit of now.
He's an old man. It's his mobility scooter. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Should see what happens when he pops a wheelie in it.
You know, like the human working the soup kitchen's kind of giving Ginkle that look, and I'm assuming you're saying that in character.
Yeah.
He's just like, yeah. He kind of like looks at you to take a double take, and he's like, yeah, okay.
This must be your first time meeting a kobold.
Yeah, no, it's not actually. That we do see a couple of them around the station. They're pretty common. There's way more humans than anybody else, but yeah, we do see pretty much all the. What were they called? The Galarian races. That's what they're called. Kind of needed a moment to remind himself. Kind of just call ourselves the Absalom races at this point because, yeah. It's pretty much where everybody ended up.
Does not matter to me. At the end of the day, we all still exist under the same smiling sun.
You know, like the human dude kind of pokes his head out to look at that thing over there, and he's like, yeah, honestly, like, if you hear gunshots in the neighborhood, that's normal. People are just shooting at that thing at the top of every hour because they hate the sound of those advertisements.
I'm just posting this in chat. I'm not actually using it, but I made a small change to one of my abilities.
Flavorful. Almost as if on cue, actually, you do notice that it is the turn of the hour. And, like, right as that thing is about to start doing its jingle, there's, like, an individual southwest of here that just starts shooting at it right within earshot.
It's alright if we move under the shelter to, like, 3 spaces down of here where it's got a metal roof.
Yeah, that's another soup kitchen, and the dude's just like, you're fine, don't worry about it.
I hope that roof is physical, not mental, thank you.
Like, Revel is going to, like, hand on blade, ready to go from the shots, but upon realizing what they're shooting at, just slowly let go and just keep eating, regardless of where he's sitting.
Quick question.
Yeah, I can assure you.
Sorry.
Go on, Abby.
No, quick. Go ahead.
No, you were asking something.
Quick question in character. This is my first time in Little Akiton, really. everyone shoots the sun, but don't bullets eventually fall down?
Oh no, you must not. Well, okay, hold on. Like, the dude will actually, like, step out real quick. And I don't have a token for the employees around the soup kitchens. But the individual just kind of, like, point at a specific spot in the holographic sky where you could see, like, a pipe jutting out. And he's like, yeah, actually, if you look up there, like, this hole is so incredibly reinforced by the time any bullets actually reach the ceiling, it has next to no forces, and it's really not that far, actually. When it falls back down, I don't think I've ever heard anyone ever get hurt by this. As a matter of fact, most people use laser weaponry, but, yeah. It's I don't think the velocity of the artificial gravity would make it that bad. Honestly, I just fucking served the cereals in the morning. I don't know what to tell you, ma'am.
That's fine. I'll take 2 bowls to go. I'm gonna hand them to a couple of our friends.
I will say, if you people wanted to keep track of rations, you could totally get a free ration here every day.
I was just gonna head back and hand a bowl to Nova and to Faye.
Meanwhile, Revel's going to be a tad nosy and just peek over, just see, like, figure out who was doing the shooting.
Alright then. I'll move a camera so everybody can have you over there. As I'm going to describe one of the individuals that you'll see here. A member of the community center. Yeah, you don't need to move. I could just do this. If you let go of your token, you have vision. But yeah, you do notice an individual. It's a old Vesk man. Whom has very cool artwork. But yeah, basically, like, at the turn of every hour, this dude, like... He's currently engaged in a very heated conversation in hushed voices with a lady that seems to be a human with red skin and white hair. Honestly, it's in hushed voices, but for this one you don't have to roll perception because she raises her voice. You can't just shoot the sun while you're in the community center. But yes, you can kind of piece together from what little tidbits of the conversation is going on is that this guy's done that multiple times before. And if you wanted to learn more, you'd actually have to roll perception. Oh my goodness.
This is a hot dice night.
This is a
So
crit.
I will say that Revel just kind of shifts over here to just sit down.
Yeah, like you get to the one bench underneath the thing, pretending
just-
not to listen.
Pretending not to listen, just sipping on the water that I got earlier, just blending in.
Yeah, I will tell you right now, the identity of the other person that's currently berating the old man, you actually get to catch her name in 2 different instances of the conversation. Her name is Joya Mullen. And she is human, technically speaking, but she comes... not from Galarian, as you could probably guess, actually, just by looking at her. Joya Mullen, as a matter of fact. I'm just going to copy-paste her name for you. And you can piece together that her role here is that she currently is the headmaster, quote-unquote, the person running the community center, almost. She is being extremely blunt in this conversation. Like, talking to the old man and talking him down to please stop doing that. There are kids here. You cannot just keep shooting the sun constantly. I get it. It's annoying. Everybody hates it. But at least we don't have the moon to deal with anymore. So please, rest here. I'm sure I can find somebody that can play that game with you. Alright? And the old man, which you do catch, is called Uztabaki, is very grumpily just turning back to his chess game that he had on his knees and just going back to playing with himself. As you will see Joya actually walk indoors outside the map.
I can't believe this
Was that Mizu?
NPC is just the shogi playing old man from Yakuza.
Maybe you should go ask him if he wants to play a game.
No.
It's gotta be Mahjong. It's gotta be Mahjong. It's gotta be Mahjong.
No.
So after a moment, Revel will ever so quietly just turn from the spot and move away. He's got what he wanted to hear. And he's also finished what he had, so at this point he's ready to get a move on. Information to keep in mind should he need to use it later and or want to partake later, but for the time being, they got other things to do. Places to be, missions to perform.
Yeah, I will say at this point, the couple that was fighting, one of them has left. And you can hear Tego, before you go, kind of like wave you over.
Oh, did you folks just come here to eat this morning? Didn't you have any business?
Well, we're gonna head up to, just buzz our friends and make sure they're doing okay. Before going about our business we have this morning.
Rebel would approach Sean, simply say, like something of a hushed tone, but simply say, we should probably approach Joya and ask about those students.
She nods a little. We're going to go speak to... I believe her name is Joya. Just to make sure all of our companions that made it here are good, and if the community center needs a little assistance in making sure they're good, I know I'm willing to assist in ensuring that those people are fine, but I don't know. Ugh. Sorry. It came out of nowhere. Ugh. Excuse me. I don't know if Chris ate that sneeze or not.
It did.
I was gonna say, for the most part, I think.
Yep. Just make sure our friends are good, and if the community center needs any more support, making sure they're good, we can get it for them. But it sounds like, from what you said, that most of them are good to go. I'm just concerned about the child that was with them.
I don't know about good to go, quite per se. Honestly, the community center could always use as many hands as it can get. I feel like I see Joya kind of just running in and out of that building constantly. There's always somebody that needs help with something, not to mention the garden.
As he does point all the way south, slightly off screen, but there are like a couple of garden vegetables. Veffy will speak up as well.
Well, I mean, I don't know you guys, but hey, if you're looking for something like a job or something, whilst there's currently the lockdown going on, I'm sure we could find something for you. I mean, it's not like it's a charity or anything. At the very least, they'll pay for your food.
Warm meal is always nice, but we'll see what's going on before we dig in too deeply. There's a few people that have asked for our assistance. I'm sure we need to be smart about who needs it the most right now.
Yeah, with that, Viffy will, like, crane his neck a little bit. You can see his antenna almost, like, trying to match his movement, as if he could see from them. So, like, teenager with you? As he points to Faye behind the group.
Yeah, she's... She does her own thing. But she's with us.
Like, is she a troubled youth or something? She sure dresses like one.
I think that's just the style of the time, I guess. Shaw, without her, like... Shaw, I guess, is very, very just, like, simply dressed. It's basically just a t-shirt and sweatpants. She does not look like the mercenary she really is. Though she does have, a cape as well.
I think you gave it to the cleaner, didn't you?
I gave the, like, outer cloak, but that was just part of her free clothing.
Okay.
She has that dueling cape, it was underneath the cloak the entire time, because it's just something that she has, yeah.
Bye, Nova.
But still.
She
like-
She is with us, yes.
Like, I mean, listen, I far be it from me to, like, tread in other people's businesses, but, like, she kind of looks like she could use a little bit of help, you know? Like, from social workers, because, like, this is the building for that, you know?
Revel will step in, just shake his head no, before simply saying, looks can be deceiving. She's making things work for herself. Besides, if she needs the help, she knows where she can find it. Though, I will go ahead and step away, and go see if I can get her attention, Joy's attention.
Full disclosure as the GM, there's a whole second map that is the indoors part.
Are we all heading in then? Because I'm sure they probably
you want
ran
to.
inside.
I have one more square, hold on.
She's just been running around picking up
She's
trash.
going at it. You know what? I respect it.
Just for my own mental records,
Mhm.
did they say that the Vesk and the Patra were here?
Yes, those are the two teenage college students. They did not see the Shiren family, which was the two adults who had their arms frozen.
Shirens did not come here, huh?
Which means they may have been one of the ones to have gone to the police,
With a kid.
judging by our visitation yesterday.
With a kid, that makes sense.
So, actually, you know, let's do this. Y'all proceed. I'm just using message.
Well, I think then we can go inside and see if the community center needs some help, or we can find various other jobs in the area. Though I'm okay helping out the community for the time being. I don't know how all the rest of you feel. We did have that offer from Mooney as well. And I know our friend is very interested in her guns.
Just the one, but yes.
She does have big guns. 4 of them.
Those are not the guns I'm talking about.
Can we go now? Sick of just sitting here.
Revel would pause a moment, look over, and just send a message to Faye and just ask, do you want to head into the community center? We're going to look for the one in charge.
Look, I'm just hanging out with you guys till I can get the fuck home.
Well,
Fair enough.
I think then let's burn this time in lockdown and do some good while we're here. To the community center?
Yeah.
You know the reason I haven't changed the map yet is because you have to walk in front of that old man who desperately wants a partner for their game.
That's why I'm poignantly not going first.
I was not privy to the conversation, so do what you must.
You immediately get called over by old man Uzdabaki, who's like,
Oh, young lady, you fancy a little game Strig? You even know how to play?
No idea, but I do know I'm here on business. Once that business is done, I may take you up on it, though. Is it similar to the human game of poker?
I don't know anything about poker. I'm gonna be quite honest. No, this is Strig, over from the Vescarium.
as he shows you the game where it's a hexagonal board, and it seems like each side of the board has like a little dip, where you could put like little tiles in it. But just by looking at it, you can't guess what it is. Somebody would have to recall knowledge on what this is. You definitively know you don't know how to play this. Actually, the only person that might know would be Novakari.
Question of relevance. Does this game have a digital form of some kind?
It is possible.
What
You search the
recall
infosphere.
knowledge would I have to use?
That's a tough one, actually.
I just clicked recall knowledge base. I have no idea what kind of dice it rolled whatsoever.
Yeah, you would have to tell me what skill you want to use with that roll. Because it's showing me all of your skills.
Oh, good lord.
But yes. First,
Okay.
Sammy. Looking at your skills. I'm gonna just say, because that would be something you might be privy to from your backstory, you can roll Underworld lore, since you got that from your backstory. Although it is not Underworld knowledge. If anyone is trained in warfare lore, you can roll for it. Back to Bryce. What skill did you want to roll with?
I thought I was gonna do society.
No, this is pretty exotic. With society, you don't know what this is.
So did you
Would-
tell me to roll Underworld or?
Yes, Underworld. And go on, Mizu.
Would lore VidGamer be relevant here?
Since you don't know if this game has a digital version, you would have to look it up on the Infosphere first, and then maybe.
I don't have Infosphere lore is the problem.
No, you could just search the Infosphere instead of Recall Knowledge. It just takes 10 minutes, and you might get misinformation.
That might be worthwhile to do.
Yeah.
Depends on how long we're staying here, though.
You could just have that as a society thing later. First off, though, Novakari, since I did set the DC to be easier for you, because of that, I will tell you that you do vaguely know this game and how to play it, because the Viscarium is the solar system that Skittermander creatures come from. And being familiar with the ancestral knowledge of that, you're also privy to some vague Viscarium knowledge. So technically you could play him.
And you said it was a game of strength?
It is a game of warfare where people are using the little tiles to basically try to find matching pairs, and then once they have a matching pair, they can use them as combat units.
So I know what it is, but I have no interest in actually playing it.
Well, that sucks for this old man, doesn't it?
If Nova Kari says out loud that it's a game, I think Ginkle would honestly climb down out of Mechamech and ask just to learn.
Alright, so Novakari's gonna say out loud, like, I had no interest in any kind of weird strategy games and matching tiles or anything. It's all too much for my brain. I prefer to just flip the table instead.
You could hear the grumble of annoyance from the Vesk, as if he's like, I've heard that so many times. Vesks and Skittermanders have an interesting dynamic.
You'll have to pardon the young lady. I may not be practiced in this game, but if you are willing to teach me, I would be willing to play a few rounds.
Ugh. It would take a pretty long time to actually explain the rules, though. No one actually knows how to play it. I'm very lonely.
He does, like, he looked like he was very angry earlier and was, like, getting ready to actually, like, be upset at you for refusing to play with him. But, you saying that kind of softened him up, and now he's just sad.
How about this, old man? Once we get done with our business here today, our ship's parked not too far away. Ginkle, would you like to come out here with me and humor this guy? We'll play a couple of rounds and learn it.
Oh, that would actually be quite lovely.
Are you gonna be here come evening?
Yeah, I don't really leave. I actually live in the apartments on top of the community center.
Well, it will be a pleasure to learn this game with you. My name is Aberdeen, by the way.
Ostabaki. I used to be part of the...
Well, hold on, actually, because I was going to say Starfinder Society, but I just remembered it's a different faction that he used to be a part of. Yes, the faction's name is the Stewards. Let me reprise that.
I used to be part of the stewards, but I've been retired for a pretty long time.
Well,
You look like you know your way around a gun, though, young lady. I can tell from the way you have your hand on your hip.
it wasn't the scars that cover every inch of me.
No, apparently it's a fashion statement with kids these days, though.
Kids are weird.
You're telling me.
But, let's just say you come across your fair share of vagabonds and ne'er-do-wells.
You will sagely nod. At this point, there's no reason for him to try to keep you here any longer.
See you this evening.
Alright.
He does seem to actually, like, clean up the board and, actually get it prepped up for a new game. And once he's done doing that, he's not actually playing it. Almost like he's going to wait for you this entire time, with it ready. I can move you to the other map once you're ready to go in.
Yeah, I think. Are we all ready?
I'm down.
I'm going to say right now I do have various not important character tokens to make this place feel a bit more lived in. So it's not just empty. But you can freely ignore those. As you're walking around the community center, it's becoming increasingly obvious that this place has been made using various parts of either ships or buildings that have been cobbled up together. And the room that the group is just passing by, that Revel very enthusiastically went into, is actually a entertainment center that looks like it's been repurposed for a classroom. There's various computers that could be used if y'all didn't have any devices that could access the infosphere.
Good to know. So, do the rooms to the south have labels on them?
You do see that the first one southwest is the offices of the social workers, and this one is also labeled as a meeting room.
The last two?
And yeah, since it's not obvious, I'm going to tell you these are elevators. They seem to go up into the apartments above.
Oh, we know where our friends live exactly. Our resident residing for the time being. We go and give them a visit. Maybe give them a gift basket.
We need to know their apartment number first.
That's why we're in here. Try and speak to the top brass and see if she knows anything.
I'm wondering if anybody's looking south at this given moment, given you started walking up.
Oh. I did
But yes,
not
you do
because
see-
my computer was in the way.
Yeah. Joya actually seemed to have come out of the restroom and was headed towards her office again, if you wanted to catch her.
Hi, Miss Joya, is it?
Oh, my goodness. Greetings. I do not recognize you. I suppose my reputation does precede me somewhat.
Oh, we're...
Are you people new to the community center?
Yeah, we're... stopping by due to the lockdown. As many
Seems
of
like
us
everybody
are.
is.
But We wanted to ask, we had dropped off a couple of our compatriots yesterday. Specifically two college-age boys. We wanted to check in on them since they weren't in the best of affairs when they got here and make sure that they're doing all right.
Joya does seem to ponder for a moment.
Someone had
Oh,
a broken arm.
yes, I do remember him. I actually helped tend to his wounds. Although, it seems like somebody had already done such a bang-up job I could barely do anything. It was actually quite impressive. He said that, you people... Oh, you must be the people, of course. You're the ones that helped, take care of him, aren't you?
Specifically, we have a wonderful medic with us.
You do? She does seem quite excited. Oh, well, my manners. We should not be having this conversation out here. Please do come in. As she will actually make her way in her office. Please sit in anywhere you would like. She is actually going to actively not sit down until y'all are seated or tell her otherwise.
So I do want to say, because I notice Mech is not in here with me, this is probably the perfect time for me to have actually done this. And convert Mech into what is basically a rolling backpack.
I was actually going to say that you had left him at the entrance, but if you have that, 100%, you're just carrying him. Right, of course. Would you mind telling me exactly how is it that you did such a good job? Oh, 1 second. His name was Imeros Halandi Teldo, I believe, was the name of the Vesk. It seems like you were able to take care of his arm in, well, from what sounded like maintenance tunnels in the station that had been abandoned.
It was nothing. I've dealt with worse. Significantly worse.
You'll have to excuse my great-great-granddaughter. She's being very humble. She is quite the accomplished medic.
She's
You know,
just
Joe-
roll her eyes.
Jack kind of like does a double take, looking at Ginkle, then at Faye. You're telling me she's your medic that you spoke so highly of?
Yeah, what of it?
Well, I think, young lady, you're absolutely very gifted in what you do. Jaya gave you an extremely genuine compliment.
Yeah,
She's just...
Faye's just gonna kind of look at her a moment and just like, she's not gonna say anything, but she's just gonna kind of sit there and have a faint smile.
At any rate, how exactly did you find... It sounded like they had multiple people with them as well. They had a family of 3 following along with them, but that was far beyond my capability, so I sent them over to the police station. How exactly did you find them, let alone save them, in those service tunnels?
Luck was a major factor. I will say. But we had also found ourselves down there, and when you're in strange places, you tend to stick together with anyone that you can find to find a way out.
That's certainly one way to look at it. I suppose sticking together is indeed in the best interest of a community. That I know from experience. I'm sure you can tell.
In any case, can you tell us, like, where they are or something? Or whatever? I don't know.
Yes, Himeros is currently residing in one of the empty apartments we have here in this building. I believe Sana was always with them. It seems like those two never leave each other's side for more than a minute.
I'm sure they have their reasons.
Very good friends. Very good friends.
Yes, to say the least. Honestly, if I didn't know any better, I'd say they were dating. These two are adorable with each other. As close as brothers, you might say. But yes, you do see her kind of like inspect all of you one by one. Honestly, I'm quite glad to see that not a single one of you is injured. Honestly, it's been harder and harder to get supplies for, well, taking care of that kind of things. So many people were left stranded because of the lockdown currently that we have, to say the least, quite a lot of mouths to feed. Actually, I need to be headed back out of here as soon as possible.
Well,
Now, Miss Joya,
go for it.
there was one question I actually had in mind while I was out and about yesterday. Do you have what would the proper terms for this be? A facility to assist with the production of medicines for community outreach.
She does like pause for a second, kind of looking at you. You're not seriously thinking about manufacturing cart in this building, are you? She will say extremely abundantly, which is the drug you saw in the ghost levels, by the way.
No, ma'am. My intentions were yesterday while at Miss Moonpuncher's establishment, she had mentioned chemist lab setups for sale, and our compatriots, before they left to come here to the community center, had said that this was a place where people who needed medical assistance could go.
You do see Miss Mullen actually like stifle a laughter at the mention of Mooney's nickname, but she lets you continue.
But I had floated the idea of purchasing the equipment, but I do not quite have a freestanding space where I would be able to have it set up for use. My thoughts were, if I can speak with her about potentially doing a discount for it, I could purchase a chemist's lab and have it set up here for the community center to use, as well as for my personal use when I am in the area, as somewhat of a donation to the community center.
Whilst that is a wonderful idea, I'm afraid I can't simply allow somebody to install a chemistry lab in here. To say the least, this is not exactly the facility for that, although... there simply is nobody in the community who would have the skill to manufacture medicine like that. However, if you do need a temporary room, the apartments above the community center are still very much empty, it turns out. However, you mentioned something about a discount? Far be it from me to be so forward, but we definitively do need all the help we can get here in the community center. I could see about you getting paid for your efforts at the very least.
When I next go to her establishment, I will see about establishing some form of discount for supplies to the community center. That should be somewhat of a reasonable accommodation, I would believe.
I'm sorry, I
After all-
didn't catch that.
Oh, Ginkle's saying that he could see about talking to Mooney about a discount for the community center.
No, she did just say, no, you cannot install chemistry lab at the community center.
Oh, no, this is like just talking to Mooney about a discount for general supplies for the community center.
Mooney's shop does not fill general supplies. Basically, they're getting it from other sectors normally, which is why they're currently struggling a little bit. And that might be why Tego mentioned the gardens outside.
I will have Rebel speak up. Look over to rather than speak up, just hop up and just walk over to Ginkle. I have another idea. It's like using the voice box naturally to speak, but another idea we could do. Could we see the garden?
I'm letting Kane answer first because you're speaking directly to them.
I think on Revel walking up and asking about the garden, I think Ginkle would gesture to Revel.
Oh, right. Sorry. The reason why I ask is maybe we can find something to help out, make it easier to work with the garden. Like, we could probably craft something, build something to be able to watch it across, make sure it grows properly, or some sort of system to say, hey, these are ready to go, or, just ideas. Sorry.
I don't have much knowledge of plants, but that should be within the range of possibility.
We certainly have a lot of scrap metal, to say the least, around here. So it's not a bad idea, actually. Mullen will speak up, interrupting your thoughts.
Out of character, I just realized both me and Ginkle have a decent crafting score, and I'm like, hey, here's an idea.
Hey, I also have a decent crafting score. I could help with this.
Hey, fair enough.
I will say,
We
it will
all
not happen instantly.
Oh, no, this is
just
like... Go ahead.
Sorry, my internet was cutting out. Do we all just have decent crafting scores?
I think y'all did.
I have a terrible crafting score.
Everyone but Novakari is trained in crafting.
Interesting how that works out.
I'm okay
Yeah, I
assisting.
think the only reason that Ginkle is as high as he is because he's expert.
Oh,
And if Ginkle has... Wait, if we're doing this, that it could be a follow the expert moment, which would give you all the +2 to give it the same level.
exactly.
I'll say again, that will take the better part of the day. So if you're helping out the community center, you're probably not going to be able to go see the other people in the same day.
Oh no, this probably like make a suggestion, but we still got to probably get ideas together before we even commit to anything.
We
Mhm.
might should take a rain check then.
We don't know how long the lockdown will be, so I think having this in our pocket for something we can do in an off day or a day we kind of need to recover sounds like a good idea. But there are many other things that we can do as well. Yeah.
But yeah, Revel would take one step back a moment and ponder. It's like, maybe not today that we start crafting anything, because we need to at least know what the heck we're doing to lay out a
Yes.
project, but we can at least put it on the table.
Honestly, I would be extremely grateful if you did come back at some point to do this.
How,
To say the least, it's currently manual gardening. She kind of just bugs.
how about this then? We'll think of something to make with the materials that you have available and come back with a proposal.
I understand. Honestly, that's the most exciting news I've gotten this week. Yeah, she does seem to be, like, sighing as she does stand up. Thank you. This was actually quite an enlightening discussion, to say the least.
You wouldn't happen to have the bus schedule here, would you?
She kind of, like, stops to think for a moment. Well, I think the mag trains are still running, at least locally. They just can't go to any of the other parts of the station.
Oh, good. Would you happen to have the bus schedule on a non-digital form?
She kind of looks at you for a moment, a little
I-
confused by the question.
I come from an analog planet. I appreciate pen and paper.
Oh. I mean, it's possible Aya or Sagda have a printer in their office, I guess?
It's fine. I'll figure out how to use my phone.
No. I'm sure if you just ask them. I mean, we'd never use that thing. It's probably still has paper and ink.
It's not too much trouble.
That's just down the hall. Exit and take a right. You'll excuse me though, I will be headed over trying to help with the youths. I'm sure you understand.
Let's go check. Rebel would smile. Let's go check in on our Vesk friend.
Yes.
You know, it's almost as if on cue, you catch him as he's like getting ready to leave the community center. It's Sana, the person that was with the Vesk.
Go, Nova, go! Chase him down!
Oh god, here comes the Nova hug!
I'm going to ask how, Sammy, you're approaching poor Sana.
She's running down the hall while screaming, "New friend!" and she's gonna skid to a stop right in front of him and like be like twitching like she wants to give him a hug, but like also wants to respect personal space, but also clearly wants to just jump up and give him a hug.
Yeah, Sana like turned around almost like frightened at first, like whom's me? It's not me, is it? Oh god, it's me. As you stop skidding right in front of them, and he's like, you're the Skitter Mender that helped us in
Yeah, my name is
ghost.
Novakari, remember? And you're my new friend, and I found you. But you had another friend. How's your other friend's arm doing? You know, your roommate, the guy that was with you?
There is a desperate look of asking for help towards the party at the end of the hall. He's fine. He's currently helping over at the construction site because we need to be able to eat. He keeps looking back at the rest of the party.
Urla just walks over and just comes to Novakari's side and gives a small wave. And off she goes.
I will say, also, it might have been missed. The people that might have a printer for you were down the hall to the north from Joya's room.
Printer for who?
Because Shaw needs the bus schedule in analog form.
I don't actually need it. I'm just doing flavor. We don't actually need to do that.
Oh, I know you are, but you started this bit. You gotta commit to it now.
You gotta commit now.
You guys have a printer? I need to print out the bus schedule.
Yeah, let's just resolve the situation with Sana first.
Rebel's gonna mess with the device on his neck for a moment, trying to make sure that he didn't accidentally mess with turn it off, because it kind of got jostled as he walked over to catch up, and he asks a question, but it comes out in a way that he wasn't expecting.
What language is that in?
Draconic.
Yeah, Sana kind of like looks at you, confused. He's like, "You could talk?"
Rebel adjusts the device again and tries again. It's like,
I don't know what you said, but you could talk?
Rebel's adjust the device like, test. Okay. It's a recent development.
Yeah, it is. You could talk?
This is as recent as this morning. I constructed a device to assist with speech.
Oh yeah, like the thing. Oh, right. That's the figure on your neck. That's not a. Never mind. Yeah. Yes, Imeros is doing just fine.
And yourself?
I wasn't injured, so I've actually been fine. Honestly, I don't really know what to do with my time right now until we can get back to the college. Are you guys good?
Yeah, we came here to check on you.
Oh shit, that's really nice, actually. Damn, I kind of feel like an asshole now, actually, for being so confused about this. Senna does seem to be actually having a little bit of moment of introspection. He was not expecting that at all, and he doesn't know how to react to that.
Don't stress it. But if you're saying y'all are alright...
Yeah, no, like, the guys, as soon as we got here and got a good night's sleep, he was, like, as good to go as it gets. Which is exactly why he's out there actually working.
and making sure y'all both be all right.
Mhm.
Understood. That's it. We'll see you around.
Also, yes, I know it's a very unfortunate name choice. I picked a random Patra name, and the one that I picked was Sana, which is very close to Senna, and I just had people mention it's confusing. Sorry.
No worries. Either way, Rebel went to the door along with where Faye is, and it's just these goods will go.
Yeah. However, we unfortunately have to deal with the very awkward conversation that is going up to an office worker and asking if you can use their printer to print out something completely unrelated to their work. Because Shaw needed that.
Hey, can I get a bus schedule printed for me? I would like a paper copy.
Yeah, you can kind of see the Isoki and the Vesk that you just walked up to. They were in the middle of a conversation, but as soon as you crop up, they seem to like drop everything. I'm going to ask if you wanted to like try to listen in on what they were talking about, like everyone has been doing, or not.
I have no interest in their conversation.
Alright, I'll just show their artwork then.
Oh my god, she's so gender.
That's
You know,
the
actually,
word for it.
you know, like Zakka over here, which is the Vesk, doesn't seem to be like very keen on talking, but as soon as you come up, Air, which is the Isoki, is like, oh, of course. Bus schedule. We do have a printer in office. Oh my goodness. Do you know how to use that thing, Zakka? I don't know how to use that thing. Zakka very slowly walks over. Huge man. Opens the door. Yes.
Thank you, Lord.
I will take care of it.
I will wait here.
Yeah, whilst he's doing that, Air does like kind of like take a good look at you up and down. My goodness, you look absolutely disheveled, miss. Are you okay?
No one's fine in this lockdown. My
Yes,
home's
it has
over in the
been.
puddles.
That's the other side of the space station.
I know, and you know, it's great being this far away from home. But you know, we
You know,
make do
I
with
guess I
what we
can't
got.
blame you. I guess I can't blame you. Some of the people we have here right now are actually over from the puddles, but they're the aquatic kind of creatures, so like they really require their environment to be moist. Not to mention that it's been like an absolute hell because then whenever they start using the bath, she kind of just goes on talking about the state of the apartments upstairs now.
It is what it is. We'll make do. Well, this isn't the first lockdown. It's not going to be the last, but we'll figure out a way through it.
Yes, usually they don't last more than a day at the very least because of security concerns, not to mention the legal concerns as well as the different governments that would be kind of mad about these sorts of things. Are you? She kind of like stops herself, realizing she's been taking a lot of your time. Sorry. What is your name, miss?
Aberdeen.
Aberdeen. That's quite a beautiful name.
Yeah. Well, it was given to me by my mother. But, I don't like talking about her all that much. You know how some people are.
Yes. I've been pondering, actually, miss. You look like... How to say this? Do you have a job? She's like... She's dropped that extremely bluntly. And you can almost hear, like, the loud thuds. As Zakka comes back into view, it just glares at her. Which she completely ignores.
I'm always looking for employment, but at the moment, it seems as if I have a couple things lined up, but if you have something a bit more long-term, I'm always down to hear.
Yes, we do get quite a lot of troubled youths here, actually. That's why I was wanting to ask you if you needed any kind of upgrading done. You know, it's so hard to get an education these days, especially in some of the poorer parts of Absalom Space Station.
Oh. I might be interested. I've always wanted to learn how to talk to people sometimes, but that would be for another time, not right now.
Yes, of course, you're busy. You have a bus to catch, I understand. She screams.
Is this a cheeky way to introduce retraining?
Yes. Very slowly, as if the scream that she just did, which might have been eaten by Crisp, Zaka does come back with a paper version of the entirety of Absalom Space Station's bus schedules and bus travel routes. All of it, including the spike, which is the part of the map we can't see. It is a large amount of files. Did you need Lil Akiton only?
Yeah, for the time being. I'll be fine once,
Here you go.
Thank you. You two have a wonderful day now.
Yes, if you ever need anything, I'm sure we can help you find something that is a little bit more long-term in terms of employment. Feel free to come by, and if you ever need anything, if you regret any life choices you've made, I'm sure we can help you.
Oh, I'm full of regret. Thank you. I'll walk away.
She seems to have issues. Yes, she does.
Alright, well, I have my schedule.
Oh my fucking god, finally.
Yeah, that was a very cheeky way of saying that, if y'all want to retrain, please come to the community center and spend your downtime.
Understood. And with that, Rebel's gonna step on and open the door to head out. Next stop.
Knick-knack scrapyard?
Yep. And by
Knick-knack
this,
scrapyard.
and by this, we knock off one of the stops we have to make.
Alrighty, this one will be costing 2 silver out of everybody that took downtime activities. Those of you who did not do downtime activities this morning, you get to travel for free because I'm assuming you did an odd job or scrounged for cash by looking around.
I don't think I did downtime stuff.
You got drunk with Ginkgo.
That was last night.
That's called.
That's what he's talking about.
No,
That's
God, I
how
got
you-
drunk and then made the voice box.
I mean, if I did anything, it'd be shower. I'm not sure that counts. So
I'll take two.
No.
I'll take 2 silver out of the party fund for bus fare.
Yeah, no, with all the recycling Navakari did, I'm okay with saying you were able to turn the various scraps and plastic bottles into actual cash.
oh, absolutely. Fine by me.
But yeah, you do arrive at Knick-Knack Scrapyard, which was recommended to you by the 3 Isokis that you saved over in the ghost levels. There's like a veritable, like, it's a very flat building. It's pretty clear that this was like a warehouse. But it's like covered, positively covered in tomato plants. However, you can see that there's like a very beautifully knitted scarf of magenta draped over the front door. But other than that, you're free to explore and look around.
Is that a
What
turret?
kind of place did you bring us to?
This is what the triplets told me was the best place to offload my goods.
And quote,
Great, so we're gonna
they don't
get
care if
smuggled.
it's illegal. Sorry, Artemis. Yes. They also said, quote, they're not gonna care if it's illegal.
This is a way to get rid of things that we don't want on us.
Fine, whatever. I just don't want to be seen here. Make it quick.
Is that a turret in the front yard?
It is.
Alright. Is there like a buzzer or something to ring it up so that way we don't get shot on sight?
No, other than the barbed wire, like, on top of the wall, there seems to be very little, indicating much. You can just open these, though.
Rebel's just gonna go ahead and just open it. And he's look over at the others, lift a hand to just stay put, and decide to take that first step.
The turret does not seem to react to your presence.
It's probably a nighttime defense.
It could also only activate if someone tries to go over the wall instead of going through the proper entrance.
As the rest of the party enters the scrapyard, Ginkle's going
Hold on.
to.
Do you not have vision memory on this map?
I do.
Oh,
I do.
okay.
Yeah, we do.
I clicked your token and I can't see the street anymore. I was worried. Please continue.
Ginkle would tap Faye on the shoulder for a second and just. If you do not wish to be seen here, could we maybe take a walk and have a chat?
I mean, sure, I guess. No harm in that. What do you... yeah, whatever. Fine, let's go.
As a GM, I
I'll
have to
deal with
ask
this.
you. It's my duty as the GM to ask, do you want to split the party?
This is more or less just a. Ginkle and Faye are stepping off to the side so as to not be spotted with the people who have potentially been seen as known criminals going into a place that has apparently some form of reputation for being
No.
evil.
No, see, that's the thing. That's specifically why I told Abby she got this hookup with her Ghost Courier friends that she made thanks to your actions in the Ghost level. Is nobody knows this person has a shady reputation at all. That's why Faye could not find them when they looked them up when you first got into Little Akiton.
This guy's as clean on the outside as it gets.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, if you tried looking up the address right now in the infosphere, this is just a person that takes care of cars and fixes them up. So with that, do you still want to split the party?
We can talk later, old man.
Is it not?
All right.
Welcome back, Misu.
Thank you.
So yeah, do your movement as you wish. And tell me if you're doing anything other than just crowding around this person's front door.
I mean, I was gonna enter.
As you click it,
knock.
you might find out it is locked. Unsurprisingly.
I'll give it a knock.
After a couple seconds, you see that it doesn't have any answers. Kane goes up to the garage door, which is unsurprisingly also locked. It's
And-
mechanical, so it cannot be opened manually yourself.
Ginkle is going to knock on this and say, the triplets suggested we come to see you.
Yeah, there's still no answers.
Grandpa, this is a delicate matter. You need to... If you're going to try to enter, be a bit more... smart about how you word things. To encourage the right kind of business.
Faye does end up wandering around, and you find your way to the back of the house where you do see a very large amount of robots that are currently powered off, just leaning against the back of the house.
Yeah, this guy definitely keeps a lot of scrap and active machinery.
Did I get a name?
It's Nick Knack. That's their name.
Knick-knack. I was referred by the triplets. I'm a, courier. We've got some, parcels to deliver.
I'm going to roll this again.
Is there anything I should be rolling?
No. No, you don't hear a damn thing. No stirring from the inside. Well, actually, if you rolled perception, you could see if you could hear anything. But they are not answering you. Yeah, you could very easily hear... One person, please. You could definitely easily hear that it sounds like somebody's working on metal objects. Like somebody's doing actual crafting in there. Much like when Ginkle was working on that voice box.
I'd rather not break his lock to get in, but... I'm gonna message the triplets. Do you have this guy's number?
Yeah, now the triplets... One of them does answer you, the other two don't, which is surprising given how they were acting previously. It's Kos, actually, the other male of the triplet. That does say, like, no, we don't have his number per se. That's we don't have his contact info. Otherwise, we could be traced.
Great.
We usually just come into person.
Well, he's not answering his doors, and we can hear him working on something on the inside. You have any way to get his
Did you check-
attention?
Did you check the back door?
There's a back door. Alright.
Fucking hell.
Alright, follow the kid that already scouted the place.
I'm going to move Mizu, who's currently having internet issues.
Is this the back door back here?
Yeah, this is the one.
Alright. We'll bang on the door again.
Yeah, now, like, as you bang on it, it kind of just slides open, because it sounds like you were frustrated. So there's a little bit of force in there.
Okay. Well, I'd rather not
It's
just
not locked.
walk in freely, but it sounds like he's not going to hear us until we shake him away from whatever he's doing. So it's up to you guys whether or not we walk into someone's house without their permission, or we wait until there's another opportunity for this.
Navakari also finds the copious amounts of robots at the back of the house and rejoins the group.
I have an idea.
I did not feel good about all those robots back there. They did not look very much like friends. I do not want to be there by myself.
What's your idea?
Considering what... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
She ran off, by the way.
Oh. Okay, well. If she gets us killed, I'm not gonna be too happy about it.
Yeah,
Digital
Faye,
division.
Novakari, and Rebel just came over here with the, to look at the robots, apparently.
She pretty much wants to, like, make one of these robots just, like, go in alert mode and just, like, start beeping or something rapidly.
That's a pretty good idea. I like that, actually. Although I will say, as soon as you, like, come over to inspect it, this thing has 0 power whatsoever. It's not just something that would take just a small battery, as you found out in the ghost level. These
Of
things kind
course
of need
you
something more
wouldn't have
long-term.
any motherfucker. Oh, fine, I'll just use my own PDA at the door. Why is nothing ever fucking easy?
Revel
Go
with-
on!
Okay.
And she'll
Are
just
people
do it
having
with-
trouble?
Excuse?
Are you people having trouble getting in the door? Cool. No, you don't. Keep going, Artemis.
Oh, I didn't think we were actually entering the home.
Oh, I was just testing to see if I could get inside. Oh,
Well, I know
Are you
we
getting
can. The
inside?
door's wide open, but it's not right to.
pretty much. I was basically waiting to say.
She's
hey-
trying to make enough noise to get him to come over.
This place is the size of a warehouse. Making noise down there... I mean, you made noise up there. He did not react.
So,
I don't think he's gonna hear the noise down here.
Yeah, the noise goes off, and after a while, no, there's no response. Kinkle's just gonna look at everyone. I think I know what's going on. Hang on. And is going to proceed into the house.
Here I was gonna take 2 comp.
Absolutely nothing happens. It's just a room.
Fucking hell.
Ginkle's gonna try this door at the end of the hall.
You kind of just find your way back to the entrance from the other side.
And just look at the turret that's in the room.
They are not active.
And step into the room.
They are still not active.
Go all the way over to this door. Try the door.
It's not locked.
And
Although when you peer inside, you do see like a crap ton, a scrap ton even you could say, of unfinished projects in piles of junk. You can see like Eraser class starship parts with like a bunch of paint speckled on them. You can also see a suit of power armor. But definitely the one thing that catches your eye is a very kitted out fucking tank. It's a car, but it might as well be a tank at that point.
do we know if this man has any issues with the, what is the term? The local government.
The government thinks he's clean.
Out of character. Okay, so this isn't a Killdozer moment.
Yet. This isn't a Killdozer moment yet.
And Ginkle is going to just, based off of general directional knowledge, try this door.
This one's another garage door. And it seems to also be locked. Not locked mechanically, as in, like, it's an electric lock. Novakari does make their way over to the... I'm going to ask if anyone else was actually keeping up with Novakari when they went all the way down there.
No.
I was waiting for people to get out of the doorway.
Yeah, about that. Abby?
Hi?
Rebel?
Oh, I can't move. I'm paused.
Yes, I'm asking if either of you were actually keeping up with Novakari or not, or if it was just Ginkgo.
I was honestly looking away to check a notification on my work phone.
Rebel
so tell
was
me.
keeping,
Whoops.
Rebel was still keeping some distance, just keeping an eye on the surroundings. The amount of turrets that he's passed concerns him, so he's just making mental notes and being somewhat careful. Physically, they did not keep up, but he was aware of where they were.
Yeah, I was not fully aware of where Novakari went, so where did Novakari go?
Yeah, she kind of just went straight for the door that would lead back to that garage you wanted to access earlier?
I was probably keeping up relatively with her, probably about halfway through the garage, at a walking pace compared to their run.
In that case, I'll place you here, and I'm going to have to ask people to, unfortunately, roll me initiative, because there's something unnatural in this garage, and it's not the turrets, it's not the robots, actually. You're probably the first one that feels it, Kane, Ginkle, as all of your metal objects feel like they're getting slightly pulled in this direction. As a very odd liquid seems to seep out of one of the barrels in the warehouse.
I can't believe we have to fight ferrofluid.
It's, yes, actually, it is feral fluid. I'm not kidding. It's called Ferrofluid Ooze, is the name of this creature. And I'm going to start a very small combat encounter music. I almost forgot how I had these set up.
Damn, Grandpa, go!
It might be because of that, but you, like, immediately notice that thing, and you're definitively capable of seeing it... Pardon me. Of seeing it, like, before anything. However, it also rolled a nat 20 on its perception. So the combat encounter will start with the ferrofluid ooze actually seeping its way out of that thing and moving towards the nearest creature that it can see. Oh god, I hate that I'm going to be doing this. Kane?
Yeah?
Your backpack's made out of metal, right?
Yeah. And it's on wheels.
Yeah, the ooze will actually leap out of this bucket, and it is attaching itself to you. With its first action. More specifically, it is attached to the ability for backpack. And then it's going to strike over at people down the hall using... Which I should actually show the artwork for this, if I didn't already. A laser rifle that seems to be part of it. Over at people over... down yonder. If I could make that strike, that'd be great. Specifically at Revel.
These are privately
rolled
rolled.
privately.
Let me reveal to everyone, because that's a cool thing that I can do. And I'm gonna stop doing self-rolls. Why is it always fucking uses? I don't know what to tell you, Bizu.
You weren't supposed to say that to the rest of the party.
I'm sorry, but it's like I can't tell what language this is.
Does it not give you a globe to hover over?
Yes it does, and now I can
yeah.
see that it is Russian.
Aha!
I should pay closer attention to that.
Yeah, it could be
Not like it was
mechanically relevant. Fair, but for
So-
future reference.
Question side.
Yeah, it's now face turned up.
Which one shot at Revel?
What?
You said something was aimed at Revel.
The ooze. The ooze has
Okay.
a laser rifle in part of it, and it has like a very randomly started shooting at people in the room. The first one went for you, the other went for Shaw.
Understood. I will.
Don't worry, that's about to disappear here in a second anyway.
It is face
First.
turn.
Cast Anthem.
This is an auditory effect, so since there are some people behind walls,
I know.
no, they should be able to hear still.
Is it auditory?
It's called Anthem. It should be
It's-
auditory, but apparently
it
it's
is-
not.
It is not. It is concentrated motion, focus, manipulate, mystic, primal.
So the grayed out spot would be people that are not affected by that, so if you want to undo that, I'm okay with that.
I could just, move.
Yeah, if you want to move it.
It's
elsewhere.
attached to me, so.
Yeah, that too.
She'll use an action to move there. And a final action to transfer vitality, sending 8 to Revel.
Which means it would now be Ginkle's turn.
It would be Ginkle's turn, which is going to make things a little interesting. Because that is one action.
You're going to uncollapse the construct.
Okay, I can just
Also-
do that. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, here we go for Revel.
Had to look up real quick if I could actually do that or not.
Fair enough. I'll just do.
Makes it to where it's visual instead of just like me saying the number.
Kane?
Yep.
You have dragged mobility for Mechamac onto the field. The ooze is very much attached to it specifically, and not you. So thanks to a technicality, you're no longer grappled by it.
Action 2.
Here's a success. I'm gonna move it so you can apply the effect to Mechamac.
And the third thing is going to be a clumsy mimicry of stances and such that Snafu would have done as he attempts to strike this ooze with the pulse gauntlet that's on his hand because he didn't think to have weapons out as he was walking through this place.
That is very generous of you. I'm just going to check to make sure it cannot redirect the attack to Mechamac first. It definitively cannot. Cool. That is a fairly, large amount of damage, actually.
As his fist impacts with the ooze, and there is just a sonic pulse that ripples through the ooze.
Faye specifically, you could probably hear your ears tingle a little bit when that thing was used. This thing is a very well-known weapon of people with Prismini versatile heritage.
It is now
Not an unpleasant tingle. Alright, it is now Novakari's turn.
Alright. I'm going to see that the ooze is on Mech, and I'm going to, since my weapons are always out, I just walk around with them all out for some reason. But she does.
No, as a Solarian, when you roll initiative, you can form your weapons as part of rolling initiative as a free action.
Okay,
Oh.
well that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
Auto come out. I just know that I just knew that they were already out, and I did not have to use an action to take them out.
Yeah, that's a house rule anyways, but it's cool that you just have that for free if you're surprised attacked.
Yep. I'm going to attempt to try and hit the ooze without hitting Mech. Is the ooze standing up off of Mech, or is it flat against Mech?
It is very much flat against it.
Okay, so it doesn't have it doesn't have that head popping up like the image. It's mostly just flat up against it.
No, it looks like it's trying to melt into it or trying to melt Mekamek currently. Either way, this is just flavor. So feel free to attack as you wish. That is a crit.
Oh! So I think that hits.
I think so.
No way.
That is physical and fire damage. You'll definitively notice that the physical parts of your Solarian weapons are not quite that effective against that thing. As a matter of fact, it seems to have taken very little from your crit.
Holy heck.
As a flavorful way of me saying it is immune to precision damage / crits.
Good.
It's an ooze.
It is an ooze. That's what they do.
Good.
You still have 2 actions.
Yep. Alright, let's try it.
Forgot to give the grab status effect to that thing. That's a solar shot. Did you mean to do that?
I did. I don't take disadvantage from being close by, but Solar Shot would just be elemental, I believe.
If you're in sun mode, yes.
Yeah.
Let me check its AC. That unfortunately does not hit its AC.
Okay. Well, let's try one last actual attack and then we'll drop it.
Next turn will be Shaw, by the way.
Alright, that's my turn, so Shaw.
If I try and do gravitational pull on this as a single action, would that work in trying to yank it off of Mech?
Ooh. That's a pretty hype question that you're asking, actually, because I say you could try it.
Fucking wee ball.
It is not bonded with Mech in any way. It's just attaching itself to it.
Alright.
Alright, you did the one action version.
Yep. I'm just trying to get it some distance away from Grandpa's mech.
It just barely succeeds. You could, like, almost get it to pull off before it just snaps back on with a splotch sound.
Come on, you little bastard. Alright, fine. Do this the hard way then. Nova, you've everyone's like somebody shot at this, right? Like there has been bullets fired and the turrets haven't activated, correct?
Not shooting, but they've done melee attacks.
She did launch a fireball at it.
Yeah.
Okay. I would rather not a stray shot cause a problem here, so I'm going to take a piece of scrap and telekinetic projectile at it. And you said it was immune to what type of damage?
It's, from what you can tell, precision/criticals. And physical, which Novakari used, I believe, slashing? Or bludgeoning? It was slashing.
It was slashing.
You do not know if it's also resistant to bludgeoning or piercing.
I'm gonna bludgeon it. Am I targeting the right one? Find out when I click the attack button.
That'll hit the ferrofluid ooze.
Good die, good die.
The ferrofluid ooze takes exactly 10 damage. So that should give you a better idea of its resistances now.
Ugh.
Which means it is now the cleaner's turn. At least this time you're not the one getting gumped up.
Yeah, that's fair. Additionally, imagine having a weapon option that isn't a gun, Smile. Blam.
That is a crit. Which is horrendously reduced to a very pitiful 10 damage. That's unfortunate, to say the least.
Oh yeah, it is unfortunate. Anyways, I fire again. And I missed. God damn it.
That's unfortunate. That should be everything.
Yep.
Which means it's now Revel's turn.
So Revel's going to do... Wait, how far are you? 40. Okay. Alright, I guess. Step one's gonna be... yeah. Right about here to close the distance. Fun. And while he has
spell strike?
No, actually.
All right.
He's not gonna pull out a blade or he's not gonna pull out the gun. He's just using raw damage in this case. Or raw magic in this case.
Roll that damage.
Barely passed it.
That's like 3 times actually. It's succeeded by +0. Although, yeah, no, it seems to also be resisting that electricity. I believe that'll be your turn.
That was because if it succeeded, it takes the half, right?
You're right, actually. Gee, aren't you nice, Kane?
Oh,
would have
thought that
realized
was
this.
the half damage.
No! This is the half damage!
I am so sorry.
Oh, come on.
Pain,
That damage
This is
Pecco.
why we can't have nice things.
Uh huh.
It would now be the
Understood.
Fluid's turn. Oh my goodness. I did not expect, actually, this fight to actually break out right next to the tank.
Oh no.
The Ferrofluid seems to lose interest in Mechamech and is going to use the same action that it used last turn. Actually, no, it cannot use that action again just yet. It is instead going to actually spend one action to move and release a Mechamech. Which means you're no longer grabbed. And this thing has now taken over. I wish I could have described this before this fight started. This tank that has 2 mounted submachine guns. I'm gonna make sure this is at the front so you all can still target it.
Well, I tell you what.
And I'm going to use its attack roll with the submachine gun of this vehicle. If you don't mind.
Oh, Nick Nick's not gonna be happy about this. And also, I very much mind.
And I'm going to roll the damage of a submachine gun. Real quick, I need to add this to this token. Isn't that exciting? I can actually do that mid-combat. It will be aimed at Novakari, by the way. And since that was a hit... He'll be taking 7 damage. Once again, you can still target the Ferrofluid Ooze without any issues whatsoever, whilst it is trying to bond with this tank. And the next turn will be over to Faye.
As her turn starts, she gains 4 to her network, bring her back to 14 of 18. She is going to... Yeah, Novakari is the only one who took any damage. So she's going to network connection with Novakari. Transfer Vitality to transfer 7 over. So I only lose 3, but she gains 7.
You can press the button. And you're saying your next spell will be from Novakari's space, I think?
No, I was using network connection so that way I would get the automatic 4 back on my network.
Got it.
No, network spell is the one that allows me to cast a spell from their location. I really wish I had 1 action spells. That's gotta be something I invest in the future. But in this case, she's gonna take a pot shot at it. This time, instead of using her gun, though, she's noticing that regular effects and bullets aren't doing much, so she's gonna pull out her laser pistol.
And that is a crit, no less. Is that the first time you've used it?
Yes.
Maybe you should have been using it more. It resists It is immune to crits, but it does not resist fire damage, from what you can tell.
Right. But yeah, that's turn. Anthem stays up because me using transfer vitality. So let me link that in chat again.
It does sustain the spell for free. Now, this would have been Ginkle's turn, except the commotion did make an individual actually join the initiative, which I'm going to reveal now. It's actually like the shop owner who's walking in, and immediately you can actually tell if you zoom in real close on that token. The reason why they could not hear you when you first came in is because they're wearing over-ear headphones, the same kind that Faye has.
They have good
Can I
choice.
just say, looking at his art and knowing a general idea of what he is, I love him as a character.
Those of you that are next to him could barely hear his actually music playing through the headphones. So he's kind of taken buff. He's like, what the fuck? But he does very quickly adjust to the situation, and every single turret turns on at his command in the place. And that'll be the end of their turn. It is up to Kane.
Just seeing him walk into the room. Knick-knack, I believe you may have some form of infestation.
What the fuck are you people doing in here?
We tried the front door. No one answered. We were told to go through the back.
Alright, is that thing on my Oh no. We might want to kill that thing. You people are gonna help me kill that thing, right?
We're working on it!
Alright, that's cool. Yeah, it was basically just a single remote that he pulled out, and all of them seems to have turned on now.
So Ginkle has used one action to step.
Mm-hmm.
And is going to use one action to command Mechamech.
I will say if you're next to the car, you can basically hit the fluid ooze with melee attacks.
Understood. And action number 3 is continuing to use this new weapon.
I mean, it's been working pretty good, actually. Yeah, that one's a hit, so you should feel free to roll the damage. It's actually the most effective weapon so far, because it's dealing sonic damage.
There's that ringing in my ears again.
You know, it's kind of like when you're getting that pop, but when your sinuses are getting not congested anymore.
It's weird.
It's a weird feeling. Not unpleasant, but it's definitely weird.
Dang. Alright, let's try a second.
Feel free to roll that damage as well.
As the buzzsaw blade comes out and strikes at the ferrofluid.
Yeah, actually, you end up dealing... Flavor-wise, you're dealing half of that damage to the tank, basically because it is very much spread thin across that thing. And is that your turn?
Between those, that is my turn. Ginkle will see that the buzzblade has put some scratches in the tank, and I'll help patch it up afterwards.
Oh, I'm still working on that!
It would be
press
this maintenance
button.
bot turn. And let's just make that kind of quick, shall we? Next turn will be Novakari. So feel free to start taking your turn as I automate the NPCs.
Can I climb up on, like... Can I turn to look at the guy and say, hey, am I allowed to climb up on there to get a better angle?
I will say if you're, like, next to the car, because this thing is spreading on the car. As long as you're next to the car, you can hit it.
Okay. Alright, I'm actually going to stay where I am and try the fire strike first.
Oh, definitely hit. You can see no small amount of vexation on the mechanic's face. However, they're quite fine with you doing that. That'll be a full 10 damage.
Okay, well I had just told Kane that I did not do well with the fire, with the solar shot. So I guess I'll try again.
Feel free to. Sometimes you just have bad luck. On that note, y'all do have, I think by now, 2 party hero points, if you needed them. Feel free
Yeah,
to
we're
roll that
almost at our
damage.
third.
Okay, I guess I'm actually hitting today. With
Yeah, no. I gotta remember that. Yep, there we go.
All right, let's see if I can hit the third. If I can use the third action to hit it again.
Yeah, -10.
Nope.
A good attempt, though. It is now Shaw's turn.
I'll call over to him. I'm a courier. We were sent by the triplets. We'll figure it out later.
Alright! Yeah, this is kind of more important. How the fuck did this even get in here?
Was in one of your barrels. She's gonna take a shot.
What? Feel free to roll that damage. Yeah, this thing is starting to, like, very much disintegrate at the seams. There's not a whole lot left.
Missed by 1, but it is what it is. Alright, that's my turn.
Oh my goodness. I can actually see the reason why you hit -1. This thing has a complete field of magnetism that is pulling tech items towards it. That's what caused the -1.
And because my gun's at... I see. Ugh.
Very unfortunate. That would now be this Prostrate's turn, who's going to take a pot shot at the ooze as best it can. Unfortunately, it can only do cones. Oh, word. Aren't you glad you're not in that cone? It does seem to take full damage from Frost. This turret makes some very loud mechanical clicking as it is making its way down the steps with all 3 of its actions, or excuse me, all 2 of its actions, and it is now the cleaner's turn. Are you still there, Mizu?
Yeah, hi. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Nope, you're fine. I didn't realize both turrets had gone. I gotta reload. Then we're gonna fire, I think.
There's not a whole lot left on that thing. Might just work out.
Maybe. I sure hope it does. Anyways, kablamo.
It sure fucking does.
Fuck me sideways.
Roll that crit, even though it's immune to crit damage.
Oh,
What's
that was
thing gonna look like?
that was a 3 and a 1. It did no. I don't think it's doing anything.
Yum yum, full of bullet, tasty snack.
This is the saddest crit I've ever seen.
I rolled a 7. I'm not surprised. On 3d12, I rolled 7.
You rolled 7 against a creature with resistance to all physical damage and crits.
Anyways, we're gonna mobile reload so I can be a little closer to this thing. I'm gonna move here.
You very wisely stayed out of its magnetism zone.
I don't have a tech weapon.
That's pretty good.
Anyways, Frost Turret's turn.
Yeah, that one turret will actually, like, slip between your legs
This is fun.
and make its way over to provide, or at least attempt to make a cone of frost aimed at that thing. And I'm just going to move this one. And I might as well just reuse the same saving throw from earlier, since it's the same ability. Well, not quite, I mean, you know what I mean. Use the same button. That is not the right token.
I'm glad the frost turret resists its own frost.
Yeah, I'll just do this to save myself a little bit of hassle. It does succeed, so it'll take half of this, which is 2 damage, and that'll be its whole turn. Rebel. Robots are kind of in the way, unfortunately, but...
So, this thing counters just about everything I can do, so I'm looking around the room at the moment. I'm going to look over to Knick Knack and simply ask, do you have any induction coils?
In car, I guess.
Preferably outside of that.
Yeah, no, you can see his eyes shift between you and the thing. He doesn't know what to tell you. He's staying calm under pressure, but not that calm.
Yeah. Fair enough. So, Revel's going to do... well, whatever in Gossam he can do at this point. Because I was hoping to find something, but... actually, can I use Seek to find something?
In this particular case, I'm going to save you the action economy and say no.
Understood.
You only have electric-type spells? Oh my god, you do.
Yeah. That's so I'm like, well...
That's quite a difference from the ghost levels, where everything was weak to electricity, huh?
Yeah. Well, I guess we're gonna just do our best. So...
if you can reach the car, you can melee it.
I don't want to hit the car.
Okay.
I'm fine with this other idea instead. So... I forgot to hit this, actually, earlier. Because that's just... it's a free-handed item.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do... first... I'm going to attempt a... I'm gonna attempt a spell strike.
A ranged spell strike.
A ranged spell strike, yes. So, first, roll that. Here I'm going to use Electric Arc with the wrist launcher. And
You hit with the wrist launcher.
there it goes.
It is a failure, so both of them will be normal damage.
So first for the wrist launcher, wasn't expecting much. Second for the electric arc.
It's definitely broking a little bit more of those nanobots fluids.
And I will also use... Where's the button?
One action left.
This.
Arcane. Oh, glass shield. Alright. That means it is now the ferrofluid's turn, whom has a pretty copious amounts of different weapons that it can use currently. It's going to attempt to take proper control of the car. It fails. And it's going to spend its 2 remaining action making attacks at random targets in a room. And I'm going to go... Well, actually, I should just pick first before I do that, to be fair.
You motherfucker. You motherfucker.
The first blast will go against the cleaner, and I am quite literally just spinning my mouse around the screen.
I know, I can fucking see it. You son of a
The
bitch.
second one will go against Ginkle, and miss. There's not a whole lot left on that thing. It is like... There's barely any of that metallic sheen left. It is Faye's turn.
Alright. Start off, get transfer vitality of 6 over to the cleaner. I recover 4 at the beginning of my turn.
I sure wish this was automated.
That was it, me.
That
I'm
was
guessing.
at you, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I was about to do it for you.
Nope, I got it.
Then Faye is going to look over at the fucking truck. And how far away is it?
If you can reach 40 feet, you can reach the ooze.
I have one spell that can.
Whoops, I did not mean to have your token selected. Whoops. And there we go. Yeah, that was actually just enough to get it to 0 HP, which means whatever was left of those nanobots controlling that metallic ooze have actually been frozen over, and there's now just a bunch of small beads breaking down and falling over the side of the truck. And we're out of combat initiative.
Let's go.
With one
Thank the
very...
stars, a fight where we weren't fucking annihilated.
Yeah! That might be why. I was like, are you sure y'all want to split the party? Oh god, please don't split the party right now.
I could have still healed from outside.
Yes, you could have. But man, it's a long way to walk.
I would have stayed where I was, actually.
No, but I mean, like, I guess you could have.
Ginkle would have been an issue. I would not have been.
You have one extremely exhausted looking Isoki looking over at your group who's just like, how? Even. Okay.
Ginkle's climbing up into Mech now as the combat is over, and he is now no longer worried about, oh, my robot being out inside someone's home.
Yeah, no, he's kind of just looking at the group. He's just speechless.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nick back. In case you couldn't tell from the sign outside.
Shaw, if you're familiar with the courier community.
I think I might have heard the name. I get the courier as customers all the time. Okay. Alright.
We've got some haul. We heard that you may be interested in some stuff from the underside of the ship, or the underside of the station.
Yeah, he kind of like takes a glance over at the barrels, and then he uses that remote again, which will cause the maintenance robots to start going over to those, and the turrets go back to their places. Yeah, honestly, with what just happened, I'm not sure I actually want anything today.
We can come back tomorrow and offload what we got. None of it's hot. It's just you're probably the best person to give it to, you know?
Yeah, no, it's just... You know what? How long have you been carrying it? If it doesn't have slime in it, I'll buy it.
It's been a day.
Good enough.
Alright.
Guaranteed slime free or your money back.
At this point, you can see him like use that remote one-handed, and all of the doors unlock into place. And yeah, no, if people get up close to him, you can absolutely hear the very loud music he was listening to at the time. Is that something y'all can hear? I'm pretty sure you can.
I just hear the music that's currently playing in the
Alright,
background.
hold up. What about now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You know, this dude, like, was listening to hardcore rock music on very fancy new headphones, which he's now turning off. Alright, okay, just come on in, I guess. I don't want to stare at this fucking warehouse right now. Alright, what do you got? And I'm going to, save you the time. But feel free to continue role-playing.
We got welding torches and repair kits from down there, as well as a couple scrap bits that we stole off some of the bots that we had to fight our way through. I think the actual loot pile that had all of that stuff is back at on the shop map. What's her face?
That's fine. Yeah, I'm assuming y'all brought it over, basically.
Yeah, pretty much everything that was in that box was everything you were selling.
Alright, okay. What the fuck is this? He's kind of like taking a look inside, inside the box, and he does notice the Q-Core plating, the tower shield, and the street sweeper. It's like superheroes get up or some shit.
I think
What it seemed like.
Oh god. The cleaner walking around with the cleaner's gear. This is not helping the allegations.
Yeah, hold
Shut
up.
up last session.
Yeah, hold up. This shit's actually pretty fire. Where the fuck did you get this?
You don't want to know.
I'm a courier. That's all you gotta know. And also, I wasn't here.
Yeah, no, y'all are never here, actually. That's why you're ghosts.
My man.
Hey, listen. I don't really care where it comes from. The shit you guys get down there is fucking good. It's not like the usual stuff that we get on this side of the verse normally. So, like, I ain't gonna complain. Just don't tell my name to the cops, I won't tell your name to the cops.
Then we have an
My
agreement.
lips are sealed.
As a matter of fact, you see the cameras that are all over the streets down there? They don't fucking work.
Excellent.
Good stuff. Yeah, no. We just want to offload this stuff and exchange some, I don't know if you've got anything you're selling, but if you're willing to take this stuff off of us, it would be a burden off our backs.
Yeah, he will definitely take the contents of the sell pile, and feel free to take the money out of this one. And I was just barely able to actually, like, get it working. But I did set up his shop as well. Does not have a name or fancy token for y'all to use, but we can always do that off screen.
It is 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. This would be a pretty solid time to end off.
There's an unusual object.
Do y'all want to roll for this one?
Let's go for it.
Honestly,
roll
I think I
crafting
want
to
to roll
figure it
for the
out?
other one.
What?
Look,
Oh, I'm in.
This one's just a DC crafting. Pretty easy to tell. It's oh my god, Kane, do you still have...
I do still have hero point.
I'm gonna give it to you for free, you failed that check. Same for Rebel. You both failed that check, so if you want to reroll that.
Look, I'm distracted by the fact that there's a dark visor in there, and I want dark vision visor, and I want.
Oh.
I will.
Oh my god, I'm going to reveal this. You have no...
Oh
Normally I
my
would like to
god.
keep a mystery. But I am going to identify, since it's not like a mystical item or anything like that, like the shit in Mooney shop. This is a reusable grenade shell.
Oh.
They're not exactly common, but... Ah, yes, if people wanted to,
I would like to try first with 2 different skill sets. Then
should feel
name
free.
nature and religion.
I can post the DCs to the chat. Or you could just roll them manually. Yeah, y'all never did figure this out. And you can try again since it's a new day.
That was nature.
Alright. And you said you were going to try for another skill, which is...
That's religion.
Alright.
I do still have my hero point, so...
Let me go and take a look at that item once against DC.
And DM me the answer if I did mate.
Alright. I would assume you were doing this whilst nobody was looking, so I'm cool with that.
Pretty much like during like the random travels and shit we were doing.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, if folks want to purchase anything, feel free to. Or if you want to ask about the shit around Knickknack's workshop, which you do know there's several cars.
How many credits is a car nowadays? I don't really keep track.
I would say, like, this thing, it's pretty beat up, so I don't know what to tell ya. I'm gonna be real, the economy's in shambles these days. By which I mean, Side will go and look at Starfinder First Edition's price for a city cruiser. Looking at this one, it'd be like, I don't know. It's got a pretty good performance. It's 4,320 credits.
Cool. Yeah, a bit too
I mean, so-
pricey for us right now.
Honestly, I bring it down to 4,000 just because it looks like shit. I dropped a bunch of paint on it.
Looks like you ran over a smoothie stand.
It was one of the robots, actually. He was carrying the paint.
So, Rebel's going to immediately look to the others, look to the box, and just ask, can we get the dark vision visor, please? Please? Could you please?
Honestly, I'm okay with it. Revel's done a great job, and he's doing pretty dang good. I'll let him have it. If anyone else is okay with it.
I
No
I
issues
have
with it.
I have no qualms with it either.
Sweet, because considering last time, I could not see shit.
Yeah, considering you're the only one that doesn't have at least low light vision, yeah, that is a worthwhile investment.
Yeah, no, honestly, if you hand over your goggles over here, I'm pretty sure I could just slap them on there. I mean, the lens, like, they're pretty compatible with pretty much everything. I just need the circuitry to be somewhere on there.
Rebel would slip them off carefully, look them over, and just point out exactly where the circuitry was. It seems to funnel electricity really well.
Holy shit, are you Prismeni or something, dude?
He just shook his head no.
What about those who are?
Hey, looks over. You don't look Prismeni. Wait,
Look,
actually, no,
I'm
you kind of look
Steven.
Prismeni. I used to work with a couple of them, actually. You kind of got that weird air of, like, static electricity around you. You too, actually. And it points over at Ginkle.
As far as I'm aware, I'm just a kobold. But who knows? I never really got much of my heraldry back home.
Yeah, you might want to check, actually. I recall, like, I think it was, like, Great Gap or some shit. Like, kobolds? Like, they found out a bunch of stuff about their heritage that, like, meant that a bunch more species were actually considered kobolds because they had a common ancestor. All kinds of different heritages under the same ancestry nowadays.
I would like to request a purchase of the silencer for my sniper rifle, please. Since I assume we're splitting funds.
Yeah, I will pull the funds I need from the party stash. As soon as I find the party stash.
Yeah, if Ginkle can borrow 71 credits, I have a purchase I would like to make.
You do that. That's fine.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, and with that, I'm going to just...
So, I'm gonna buy a Maker's Toolkit for 40 credits. And with the remaining 550 credits in my pockets, I'm buying a set of the jump jets.
Oh my god, he is just the egg walker.
So, side,
Mm-hmm.
I have a question, because I know that they are meant for being installed in my armor. would you allow it being installed in Mech? If not, that's fine, because they do have Explosive Leap.
I'm a bit real. It's Mech's a tech object. It feels wrong to let you have this ability as a feat, like without spending a feat. But logically, it doesn't make any sense for me to say no. So all I'm going to ask is that you actually use it as your armor upgrade slot, but Mech can use it.
Oh, I guess that's a very important thing to figure out. I don't know if my armor has upgrade slots.
It says it has the tech trait, so it should. Which, as far as I can tell, is basically the same as... We'll figure it out off stream. How about that?
Alright.
But I think it's similar to runes.
But yeah, when Knick-Knack is done, Revel will take the goggles and put them back on his head.
Yeah, it doesn't take him very long, actually. He kind of has, like, one of those data pads looking things that's wrapped around his left arm. And he's been basically using that to, like, calibrate the thing to your actual goggles. Which reminds me, that's an object that should be in a shop. There's a gauntlet in this game where if you have it equipped and it has a +1, you gain a +1 to all computer checked. I'll add that to his shop.
Wait, what now?
It's a gauntlet that he's using for, like, computing, basically. I should add it to his shop as soon as I can find it. As it is just a level 0 weapon. Not a shock pad. It was a poly glove, that's what it was. I'll add it to his shop. As a matter of fact, I probably should also add a couple more weapons that he would have.
Freaking
I
pirate
think-
ship. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you know those robots that shot water at you? That's what that is, basically. Except the player version.
Fair. All I will say, I realize I probably should swap my spells around again sooner than later, because, oh god.
Yeah? Wouldn't that be nice if Shaw told you about the people over at the community center that could help you rethink your career path?
I probably told them on the ride here.
No, I just need to swap out the spells with my spell book, because, yeah, I get in a fight with this, and I'm like, I am literally countered at every turn. Oh god.
Which is the hard opposite of you that was wrecking everything in the ghost level. It's very funny. I did not alter that creature's stats at all either.
I'm being tempted to also purchase the polyglove.
I'm pretty sure by itself currently it doesn't do anything, but once you get it to +1, it would apply its bonus.
What, the polyglove?
Yeah. If I'm understanding the tech trait properly.
I'm looking
Oh yeah, because it's the glove's item bonus.
It's kind of like...
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna just shove it in here. There we go. It's kind of like those weapons that have the trip or grapple trait to them, where if your weapon has +1 on it, whenever you attempt to do that action, that skill check, it gets +1.
I see. It's more so also that I have an actual melee weapon and not just 2 guns.
Fair warning, it also has the power trait, so it requires its own battery.
That's fine. We have batteries in the party stash, but
Yeah.
I'm open to letting other computer-aligned friends have first crack at it.
Go for it.
Yeah, no, actually, like, the fact that it requires a battery is practically a non-issue because it takes 1 single charge per day. That's like nothing.
Artie, am I good to pick this up?
If you want to take it.
Okay.
So I am realizing a thing. My armor has 1 upgrade slot.
Ooh.
The upgrade slot is currently occupied by the auto CPR unit.
Ah! That's unfortunate, ain't it?
So, who else wants to fly?
I mean, I can hold on to it for a while till you want to use it.
My armor's not upgradable.
Mine has a singular upgrade slot with nothing in it.
Not sure if my second skin has a slot. I don't think it does.
It does not.
Yeah.
We have the same armor.
Both got that second skin. Yep. Then
There is 1 armor for each armor category that has no upgrade slots.
I think you both got that one too.
There is 1 armor that has 2 upgrade slots.
Which one?
The Avadar Core travel suit, which also has the exposed trait, which means if you're out in the vacuum of space, you're SOL.
Fair enough. Either way, I'll take the boots for now. Don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but I'll take it for now. Unless you want the boots, and I take the auto CPR unit.
I mean, these jump jets, it's a once per round, you fly up to 20 feet.
It'd be funny as heck
And
for
you
sniping.
use it for, you can fly 20 feet with a max height of 10 feet, or just 20 feet straight up. My thought was originally, I could use this if we get into zero-G combat again. But, I have my, integrated AED.
Fair enough.
So the jump jets are being put into, the party stash, and I can install them with a bit of downtime.
Sounds like a plan. Although, considering the damage you did a moment ago, I'm going to go ahead and take the Pulse Gauntlet. Though I already have the Hard Light hand wraps.
I will say,
Hold off.
part of my high damage output is my overdrive.
I'll hold off for now. I think I'm good to get out of here. Get back. If not head to Mooney's, head back to the ship.
yeah, I don't know if this was our 8 hours a day of work or if we still have more work.
Basically, I count it as like 8 hours of downtime and 8 hours of adventuring. So I would count this as like 8 hours of work, quote unquote, but you just got here after visiting the community center. Yeah, no, that would be the period of the day.
Yeah.
And
Would
just
like to
do
make-
experimental method.
Yeah, fair enough.
Go, Bryce.
I was saying I would like to still make sure we get to Mooney's today, but I mean, whichever comes first.
Yeah, no. Actually, I'm not gonna like micromanage how you people spend your basically your bus tickets. So if you pay for like travel today, you could just travel all day without having to pay every time.
It's a day pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We appreciate day passes in this house and in this economy.
No,
So
sure.
yeah, if you want to go visit Mooney, you totally can.
At least get back to that side of town. But before I go anywhere, how is everybody else feeling? Because I know that you mentioned now's a good time to stop for the day.
I think now's a good time. If we want to do downtime, we could do downtime in, as the crew rides on the bus back to Mooney's or whatever.
I'm down for that. Be it a bus ride back to Mooney's or a bus ride back, or just back on the ship before we head over to Mooney's.
Either
I will ask. I'll ask, are you people having this conversation in character where Nick Nack can hear?
No,
Alright,
I'm out. Everything I'm asking was out of character.
good to know.
But if anything in character, Revel will just give a friendly wave bye and head off.
Alright, little guy.
Out of
Did you
character.
already just come here to sell stuff? You didn't want to buy much other than, like, this stuff?
We bought like $500 worth of jump jets and stuff.
Well, I mean, those are credits, so...
Still, we spent
Same difference.
we spent quite a bit more than we spent more than we got from selling goods. But
Y'all don't really got a whole lot of money, do you? Kinda just looks at y'all.
No
Hey,
comment.
We're actually in between jobs at the moment,
yeah,
working to remedy that.
Huh.
Speaking of, if you need an extra set of hands around the shop, I'm pretty handy with some tools.
Shit, I mean... I could use an extra set of hands, but, would be so for something a little different, if you know what I mean. Kind of job that, Miss Lady, Foxy Lady over here is a little bit more accustomed to.
how about this? You got the whatever this messaging app is. You can send me the deets over that.
Yeah. No, actually, hold up. He kind of rummages through his pockets real quick. Also, Kane. I'm guessing that was against Knick-Knack, right?
Yes, that was it. Me at the back of my mind, I'm like, is he talking about something less than legal? And this is just roll to confirm my suspicion.
Alright, I'm going to take a quick look. Now, as far as you can tell, this guy's talking about something legit. He does, like, rummage to his pockets, and he kind of, like, tosses a very tiny remote over to Shaw. It's like, make sure to catch that.
She'll catch it.
It's a small robot. It's a small remote that you can use to actually open up this thing if you want to get in here next time. How the fuck did you get in, actually?
Your back door is open.
Oh, for fuck's sake. He very angrily stomps over to actually go lock it.
Do you know what a doorbell is?
Yeah, they're fucking loud.
I'm now curious as to if he knows whether or not the triplets were visiting.
I'm really curious if the triplets knew that they were. If he knew the triplets were visiting too. They might have just ran in, grabbed what they need, left what they needed, left what they thought was fine, and went. But whatever. All right. Well, as they walk out, she'll hit the button on it to close the garage door. All right,
And with that,
back to the ship. I want to try some of that ramen at the community center.
I thought we were going to the bodega first.
Okay, bodega, then ramen.
you'll have free choice. Actually, at the top of the screen, you should be able to navigate between the various maps.
Because we were going to get the job from the bodega, but it is also late, so we should probably...
Mm-hmm.
I would like to sleep.
Yes. But y'all can move back and forth between all these locations at your free leisure.
Alright.
Hey, small problem.
Mm-hmm.
We're behind the wall.
Right. Because I didn't know if I was going to make any edits to this map off screen or not, so I was like, well, shit. Let me put you into the ghost levels again.
That was pretty funny.
I should just make it one of those things like I did for Nick Back, where, like, she just has an aura that emits this song. And, like, if you close the door, you can't hear it anymore. I should do that. I'm gonna do that. But yes, feel free to do this off screen. I'll leave my computer on.
All right.
Sounds good.
Downtime, baby.
Downtime.
You guys have a good one. I'm gonna go find a raid target.
Understood.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for the campaign.
Thanks for running it.
It's always
Thanks for dealing with my tech issues.
It's fine. I'm just glad you didn't, like, dip early because that combat would have happened.
We're gonna go from one tabletop session to another. Scott's group is running Rise of the Guildmasters, so we're gonna go give them a raid. She's wonderful, as are the players, and you might know a couple of them. Sass is in there, Yoda, friend of the community, Straight Aura is in there. We're gonna give them a raid.
Yeah. Good beans all around.
Yep. But that'll be it for us this time. Thank you all for coming out and watching. It was always a wonderful session, and it's always wonderful hanging with y'all.
Really is.
Really, really is.
Anyone have anything else they'd like to say before it's all over and I go and we do the final words?
Just want to say
I
thank
think
you
I
once.
got it.
I was going
Go
to say
on.
thank you once again for streaming this for everybody to watch, Abby. And thank you for being awesome. Thank you, everybody. Actually, thanks to the entire party for being awesome. And looking forward to next time we can gather like this.
Speaking of next time that we gather like this Saturday, several of us goobers are going to be back here on Abby's channel for Continent of Steel, as well as the K9 unit.
Yeah.
Where we get to see how Bryce tortures us with harder version of a dungeon.
That'll be it for us tonight. Thank you all for coming out and watching. It is always awesome streaming for you all, and we'll see you guys.
Next time.
Next time.
On this thing.
That we do.
Bye.
Bye. Have a good night.
Goodbye.
Take care.